Debbie. On the so free watch. Why? Kwabena. Thank you. Grace, yababa, sa demonstration yababa. Takradi demonstration no. Ye jinam ensuro. Ye baby awo. Baby ay. Kwabena miami nuya Kwabena stories. Afe no mo kire kosi se ase. Eya adane Satan on free kosi say Hamas ne Hezbollah for program. Na me say na unim nyame so bonsama de obeye esi Tuesday media ni si Tuesday Wednesday na kwaku ba akono panel no awurade nyankopo engomu kume ha omo twima sise yire de na Kwajo Dixon sata Kwajo Dixon mi amini o angel eno akra okatachie ye mi interview me refi nka me kan me mekas wani o me nka ni pa kira asem mekas wani na Kwajo Dixon na e kai twi news na eduru me media no so on style Laila edru me media no so a omo was star omo de kai no because that time there was a serious gang against Atamios. Jomama cry there no mo omo na ho cha ne kakra se na kwagu ba konom se omo adamfo ne Jomama Obia we are associated to Atamios was mba. Ha! Yeah, me yaji Jehovah Witness radio. Heaven hell ni baby akatua bia was asu onipa de obeye bia. Unya akatua no he ya. Say heaven bi kwa baby Ubo se nyame yi ade a ye no nsenkyere ne kakra bi kire wo ansa na wawu. I'm telling you. Hey, minia na me ya modai. Efri songo issue so. Se songo akonum wi. Ama police watch no. Songo so onum wi no. Police for songo anum wi. Ama multimedia for issue statement says Songo is on his own. Ena kwabna pa me yem me na yede papa ye jam wo wiase. Na me hu ya kranka me jam me de Songo koy. Me ka me kire me hu ya nka me jam me de ne koy. Odi bibi. Say I saw CTV. Bemwa. Oh. Waba. Wa study adwuma. Onya start adwuma. Bibi. Bismarck Brown. Yeah. Ewiase. Onipa. Ade bia wo ye bia hwe ye o. Hwe ye. Ne be kosan. Ei. Afa die. Kwabena Bobie metime ba bi. Lawyer Dawood Adaroma. Ekwa wiase a. Minuanu mi se me. Bobie na me soma wo mo se. Ai. Na Songo say me soma no ana sifa kan bebe no. Ai minua sa na wiase te. Yo mate. Mase danie, maye yie nie. Eni kire bi na Kwabena ho ka adwam na ene obia koto ne ntuma fufuo na omu tutu ye na gong I'm say hey me dia me santrofia no ma o me dene se bo no na munni muntia me ye kontonjini o ubeka buo mama ase atu Allah na me hwe omo Today, I'm not sitting here to glorify the stupidity of Akufo-Addo and his supporters. The foolishness of Akufo-Addo and his supporters. But me kai Kwame no mo say ewiase se okoto say sabe on enti hunters no abofo Kwame so atra akurase da me na madam fu boy hunter a friend Kofi Koi and adwobeye 2 am na me di na chiko forest. They will tell you se ohunu aboa kwakuo na upese okunu a gese wa hu ohun bofo no a na wa man nsa so se ya kirew oti ase ne se ono so ne nsa 5 te se wa o te se wa ntimi nkuno ti ukoto se wo yonko enya problem a yensere ntine ye krom ye kan se entensere o se dwene wo de ho atba sam wo sere dwene wo de ho hey na sad time na mengwa na my program ami abeto asame so oh krom a David ehwana guy ba kubi say you so a lawyer reporter wo Joy FM na say kra me kosia no ba bia me kind of nim but me affinity me they were not my friends so I can only identify them by faces. Yeah, multimedia I can only identify but I can't remember their names. Bakubi no oni anas arimi ya nam say minim so whether they are I don't know. On an air reporter. Hey, you see BBC a focus on Africa. Kwame, my question ewrem. Mi se wura no musa na koso ba. Adanya, omo se wo machine wo ho a chim to BBC Africa. Anadwo no, asem ni si ye no ye no. Hey, Joy from for na year report. Yeah, good evening. And thanks to you and your listeners, JFM, Kokomlemne, Fanofa Street, 66,700, Fanofa Street. Yes, something of that sort has happened. A gentleman, Kwabena Bobie Ansah, pulled a gun and a day. Hey. Now, BBC, the focus on Africa, no more Busani. So right now, how's the situation in Ghana, Accra City? Oh, everything is calm. Calm has returned. Police come here, trying to tear gas. Hey, come watch it. Messi me to one of them say summa no say. Nam di ye ni pa ya bad. When ni petri mo de ne papa. Oh, minia. Me fa phone. Me frame nwen because say ba sa na wi ano a on be fa me free wa me nya emutete ye no na me de makotra wura mu ba bi edua bi ase na me adwene me ho me kososo ye fa ma free ho no mani tua kwesi twum se ogira ye fra ne say ade no omo station no omo friend say TV no TV ne friend say aha multi TV dino that time next row open me mani tia kwesi twum se obutu so hey oni pada sani me twituo na report no ne de report agora no ne brofo pa wo wi gume so you go me so sa na me say hey kwaku asma kan kwa de mintimi nka bi so mete ti de wo ye mi ti wo nua na wo tutu mi tru nyira wi sa wo ye me say Adia we ye die ye. Oh. Na ayi sata mo so. Na sani diara. Ene National Media Commission akwa fota no. Oh. Akwa we ya na me refini din. Me fan kwase afo din ntumi din mitrim. Wo ma kwatra ayi DJ also GIJ or ayi canteen bi wo ho ena wo bo president me so po ena tape no eliki bedi me ho ena janie me di tape yi be tum awia bi se kum se na National Media Commission for so o ma fa me ho pran ei enti we no ba ayeboafo wono a ba ko bi so ka ho enti Asampa FM case ni see no ha na chese ma tom pe we dia penalty fighte na nkrofo eso mi mu aha sameda akon wono a na ne fighte nkrofo eso mi mu mia obi bebumi no na National Media Commission aye statement against me me aye bebumi no me a ya twema Akufo-Addo asoma nkrofo man se kai e bebumi no na National Media Commission aye statement against me ti said dia me na me kwabu wo mo enipa almost be 1,000 ya wo mo match free asalam down eba me nko a ya say hope si adoya say machine gun ba kusima ha na ba kusima ha ena me di bullets ni bi achichiri mi mu ena me gina wona hopsin Messi at studio ha hopsin me hu de ya no asa dam wachutuo hey already wa kumio ani tadisoso tiwo pito tukono tiwo kabila tiwo nam si asa adene to me so nam si hopsin mi kura de what is said bottom Kwabena Rambo de obi asande me Kwabena Rambo me kura tuo aw na me say hopsin pa chaw mi kura tuo me say no mo yes anya na Dominic ni mo mi producer me ne ye adwuma no no mo na di nkomo dadaada enti Titus Glover say John Boadu me ni John Boadu na pie ye anajo no eni say John Boadu ba e be star bi ha enti Titus Glover na di ka ba ye no o said that be board Dominic e ko papai enti mi nim say Dominic is under attack enti mi jai microphone no akoboa no ne akontokwa masem ni o enipa no ameme kwaboa no ene na akontokwa no say wono so omne na yes ade no aw awradi nyankopon enti me sorry say ya na hopsin sha so wotiatiem watwetwo oh me ma twetwo say oh nya manfo obupuni ba nti afa dia nkomo ni nyina ba say watwetwo na Joy FM newsroom for Dreamrika atimi akoye meeting within 3 minutes ati asiase ye frɛ wo mo station bi o mo nkasa ai matwetwo na ya frɛ nipa ba e wo focus on Africa o se ni onim ni colleague ni me twetwo anopa ade chien how first interview kwa se fa kai ne hopsi adana nyere jojo no mo bo no be 5,616 867 779 na interview no call mo pa do mabo Peace FM no mabo Peace FM. Just say do. Yay. Hey, any young phone. Hey, every year woman me who be that, me rain feed that. Say, no, me I can't lie. I can't do that to even my worst enemy. I can't do that to the person. I can't. Miss Ronyame. Ha! No, my friend, hope sin. Hope sin. As a Sivaka Obeshasia. Minia, Mache. That's something Evan says, Unim. Me to tape who am me ho. Baby and Saba when you're baby crow. As 70 na baby and Saba, a far car bear if you say. Now, almost far me free, cocomlemle noir, me nya quiet, me tifa. As so no, me this shame, no. Ah, that time, I wish you can be farming. Yakon was a corner. Now, Kai Mukra too. Nams me one year, Minkra too. Minkra too, Minkrashy. Minkrato. As a cannon crack, Nams men cannon crescent too. A condom, no matter what I may say. A two, a condom, no matter what. Made me saying, yeah, me no neighbor, no na ticket, me no coffee. A drew fear, and me robbing one, it was a me. And me the 20s here. Nenye anopano hopes in so mimu Kwame Messia dear see one century you man with the BC da no mabo Peace FM Kwame century you man say and you say no mo ya no about nyere jojo Onipa triwodi onipa onipa nye onipa nye ye nanka omfra me mpo enka hopes ngina suro ka kwam se fa kan no mfra me emu sam se onua menua ketwa agya de mene wa na eyeden me bra ye ntimi amfra me amusa me ho asem ba kumpo se o kwabra na asem o mo kan etisa na ase entisa hopes wie na ne o mo se sa me gu o se ntomago no o de alata semra eto so no mo se ne betwu sa akasha na kren no ma prum no ma hwe no obi a kire mo se ehamfie Monfa omo kakra mpete so. No mu dibe apete no ba kwa bonsu aguso. No mu dia to omo sam kure. Ei! Krofo yikume. Enti tese. Before kwesi twum num kra ba fra me akotra se table ho se mi kuratuo no. Eya mesi mi kuratuo no. Na chese ye dimasem e o lord kwam abu amefo. Semi kuratuo songo numa omuno kwa numa amuwi a police force oni bibi akonu wi ya mimi be yi wo muno ai satan name say bibi aba say is it ETV or na one of the stations ai mini anu mi na ekajasem Oh, Songo, Bibi, mio. Mina muye mi say, Bobio, minwadi ani free atimota, na me di abremu nima police station. Sa, mate na dachi bi yebesi ahia na eja me de ma wre hosem ene wo mututu me sire ne abasa ayi Oman FM won mutimi ba soro nyum sa wes ba soro nyum ei na edro nyum na Kwabena kwachi yeyi weyo adeseda yakumasui weyi ninyina asa o Yesu mojani mu hallelujah weya weyo na Satan na abua paponom se na Ataminos Funka Games no tuaso ana Funka Games iso kokwa gindo abafa Hamas commander ati mina media nimu no mo tumizasi na yaso ya tusia wo mo enti chese ndisi nuamu no ebi abo me ho po ana omo do omo ntuma ana omo na omo bu afu kokwa gindo ho so no awa cast ho no so no no so fa me ho plan enti MBP for no plan e no na selector mi ko hu elements ho NDC ana omo ka ho mi hu obia eno omo nyina ya me namfofo ba me mo so nkire omo da ensu mi hu omo aminim se wei no oka ho wei no oka ho minim obia omo ba soro nyum san Adam Shia aye kwesitwum ene gabi na sa ga no de mehwehwe no pa wana na HR umfra ni jechew se gabi ne nan fiamfia bi sa ma hwehwe ga no a mi hu no gai ma anya obone ma anya ohwe umfra no jechew se jechew bibi jenje chewo bibi yaw asem ni o yaw ene onu obi akwasitwu a anyanwanwa
So far Jima na de udwa wanum
yaw
Kara
afa de yaw
but just to inform you say I'm coming from a journey me ko chini kakra na me ba no it appears almost in every traffic you are loud and clear, so greetings to everyone in traffic.
Amen, inshallah.
Ayi edru baby na obo observers konyum
God to say
I feel me just say me do me dey no ba me ti bibia. It's very loud and clear out there.
Yo, afa dey ye kosia meeting a ejamini mi say omo be ka say ebi ase ni say nti the suspension po na kwasi tuma afre makogina fichire o say etuo no a matwene mempa ho chew oh nam sibi wura mentwi tuo mini tuo o say omu nyina so atwituo discussion say ekoso nyina oh nam se menyeye adaroma o so de enya hwe pacho nam se ade a menya o so mempacho say o say any ye ko inside let be o de be ma bia no ina se confirm me mpem kwasi asem menyaye ade na menyaye obi na tiba bi na o se maye menyaye enipa ni ntimi nya any evidence unim de na o mo ya me enka me ka sa me twintuo na mpacho na o makoka che MPP for no makoka police report yes ade na kwasitwu no mpese o mo ya me no na me ko no obi ma me line no se me careful say me nkwa say me ko pa chewa na say bibi because me dia groketo bi a o mo trick me into something okay enja o mo pia letter bi ma metia no kire say ye yi wadi nsi o me da se adwuma ma ya ma wu bebrebe e ka de ka sempa e fa moton adwuma ma ya ma wi na wantimi amfo ani anto enka matwetuo mpo a kafo ani tu adwuma amaya amawo maya adwuma 4 years wantuma katua mu da me yantuma katua mu da multimedia manko live da adwuma biga da bia presence speed nkwa minim se eyeyi abɛkae me na se ayeyi na se sei na wo ka kyerɛ me a mate na me fa ma de ene minu akwam ombaka se UTV adwuma bɔ ne nti ne nkrɔfo akɔ attack om anasa management bɔ ne nti anasa host no bɔ ne bi ntia se no mbesi aka nsɛm we ne na minya akwantie kwam sifa kan remarks ɔsɛn ɔtwɛn Friday mesumɛtwɛn no ɔtwɛn Friday we mesumɛtwɛn kwam sifa kan ne matie response of person de ma MPP fo ansana obi wo bibie ka kyerɛ no a ɔho ewiase yɛmfa bɔne ehi ɔtan ɛntena wiase ɛnya de papa bɔne ɔtan ehi akɔla ɛbɔbra ɔnyɛ ɔhwee ne ho yɛ wɔ ehi yɛmfa ntena wiase yɛn nyina bɛtwɛn because ABC ye no yen maso omo kan and today ye betwen eye response kro ai sa na wi asete yo ya twen mesu meja me comments ne ekma they should go back on Peace FM online and go and check. They should go back. Now make a last one Nana hwɛ sɛ mimi ne me nua dwombo adu akɔ ayi osu ɛwɔ crossroad na anadwo yɛntɛm teteyɛ na we ya hage ne nua bro onua good night na we ya me nua nyame ma adepakye na we ya akɔhwɛ ne nua ka mu drive safe o chale esi awɔkyena. It was on Monday. Tuesday. Wednesday anopa. Na me nua Jombo adu gina radio say nyame na atua meka. Au! Onua. Adwo da nyumre o. Yetwo. Say Busia. Yes, sorry, and it was almost 1 a.m. Now where do you, Charlie? Good night, bro. Charlie. Now we actually Charlie, drive safe, drive safe. We need each other. A brother, who kwada? Why na you interview? Now see radio station, no, I tapes no be 10 atwa ho ahia. Metuwa no mo frɛ me sɛ adakabre adakabre satana adom afɛ motema. Sɛ me yɛ zamana mani. Ana me papa no mbedo koko. Ɛno me maame no mbedo koko.
Ah, kanjaga no.
Sɛ kanjaga ne frɛ me no.
Wow.
Sɛ me parents adakabre. Wa adom FM. no more time. Sir, na omo bomi ato o multimedia group no inside no ma bomi ato. Na so menya hwe. Me no moka. Me no obi aka.
Spirit of defiance there. If you have that spirit of positively defiant, being defiant at
Emma me busa
a status quo, you are establishing a very wrong status quo. You are establishing, you need to correct. People think, who is he to?
Hi.
Yeah.
Why?
So sometimes.
Na me ya why yaw.
You know, I think say if we are saying time teaches lessons. Time. And I mean, most of the people you have mentioned, if you happen to speak to them, like your brother John Boadu, I mean, he wouldn't want to be used to spew those things he said in the past today. So that's why I always keep my friendship with time. Say say obi empente mua abra senka pentem bua ne mre bi atwam a kene wana nsesem ya wotu yi
ogo kanoi
ena ensem a akoso ana ekoso sabre no. A lot of people were carried away. Myself, I enjoyed watching you fall, not for any reason but for the specific reason that I felt at that time you like today also read you were the only voice in the afternoon and your schemings your schemings were so harsh, you know. It was piercing. At that time, Kwabena said, "Yeah, mubino." And yeah, say people lied, but we believed that you put the gun. Mimi Gidi. But Urim say it is after a very short while speaking to one of the insiders no catch him say ya anya ni sa ka kwa no ko be haye. And you see, just around that time my conscience was pricked about whether you were against the MPP as an institution or against the political head, the figure. And of course, Yanumbino, upon realizing, say, is an MPP, and I might call they say it's a vehicle. By Munipano, need you dear ni moon any bonino, and ana we at no. In fact, that's how come so many of the boys look. There are people that you mentioned today. People who think say they began the party with us, but these are people that knew nothing about the party at all. They only were used by a Kufuado, who will only use you and dump you. And today, for example, Obi Tisa Kabo, if what I'm hearing is true, he thinks he's been dumped, but he has forgotten that. But for that Kufuado person who used him, no, Kabo would not have been this. What he calls success. What I say? And all these people, for example, if you look at John Boadu at that time, if he had not done what he did, perhaps he would not have been recognized. What I say? And that's why I allow for time to be the mightiest judge, because we are then karma. It's like a boomerang. It will surely. When I want to boomerang that, it will still come back at you because it will come back to where it flew from. Also, that's how karma. Emre enwa ne ma warefie. Emre ne esama onkaye. Emre ene ma obonifache. Obi timi ene obi kontokwa gidi me fanchane da. Obwa, my ntwem. emre bema wo hu ni nua no obe smile ni nua no wa mu na kire ni nura no obe smile. And so you see the commonest of our enemies in this country is aduababonia Akufo-Addo mu adua wo man we mu. And it is not he's not oriented in oye bonsam ankasa
ani e wo no
ena yatete no bonsam mu ni bibia oye bia ye bone he John Mahama danfo you won't like John Mahama again.
I'm telling you.
Opama John Mahama money humusuo won fa ne humu Akufo-Addo he will be the worst man you will ever want to think.
That is why the day me said Gabi if I got so pissed off
because Kwabena we evil oh ni bibia oye bia no eye bonsam ade. Look at how the party MPP was. Look at how when he picked it. Why you know? At that time when we got to know, and we were just a few people, and these are Alan guys who were pained, even though some of us the pain had not come from the fact that hawks, you know, we used to call them hawks. Hawks Subaya.
Yeah.
We used to call them hawks because of these. But near feel say, I say you were denting the image of MPP. But when we got to know, say no, and yes, here, and yeah, I mean, they all came attacking the your friend is perpetrators, no, and some of us also got to understand. Say no, it's not that what time party no name no, what time and you may be a air coswa enye. Of course, Sebi, a nipa su, ena nipa binum so adwen ye omo say, omo anye sa omo ma power, and that same people, and if you look at what they are doing to persons, for example, what happened in UTV now. Now, Busa, one question, you have just pricked the conscience of many. And things, right? Oh, Sabreno, not your dream say a year. And as a woman, if you can say, Sa Okwasia, Nessia, and Yonko. Now, oh, Sa, and your manner, a dear dealing.
When Nana, my cousin, Chamin Chuano. Miami, you are Kwame, A+. Na mi yonko brebo ye nya break
muko leave
ye ko leave e wo ayonko gro no na de tie ne se mini minua Kwame na ekoba titama ye ne hyase no na me no mini ne ekoba nyina to be honest na minim ne closeness to Akufo-Addo. But me no be di agra.
You don't care.
Yeah, enimi say you will hurt me. Until I go all out for my friends and my loved ones. Kwame dear, to be honest, one can save ni bi. Dear me who ya Kwame A+ enemy ayaka shim. Hey, if that die ye medi na Kwame A+ no side no ye wo sprinters base bi enya whisper so ye just na sia na eba ayi commercial bank was saying traffic light wo me
Diana se ono
me Kwame A+ ayi Ferguson NDC Ferguson
yeah
ayi Kabila ni esai wo different movement bi share eho hey mesi ada yi medie si e pepa me number free minuanu mi phone so Ferguson Abraham Ferguson me ka say na Abraham Ferguson so medina chia mo akoye na yire ho ade o medi Ferguson echi
hey you know srekwa
wo kame nuan ya ene wa kame mi dinachi akofre kofi buachi na e betra ware enum
Father.
I'm telling you.
Kofi bear worry.
Sure.
Fellow.
To the biao. When we say to the biao, me timi say, I come in kwa me timi di asam no nkomo. Ebinum edi be 10 years. Me timi di bi nkomo me trimu sa na mabusa me ho say, enti ewiase be kura na ya bai. Ha, efra da ye yi medie no. Noa no. Me nuanumi amfra mi biewu da wo wiase. Hey! Sana wiase tie ni. Woni pa nye. Sa yo mate. Ansana Kwame plus ese onu kanea no. Enu asiwojo nam se ja. Enye honam na eyi akire. Esunsun. Yenye ankire wa unhu da. Na ye de ye bompa ye na nyame yi kire entem se ade a eba o man we so no. Ehu. Obi anyina yie. Na mo fi si ye di agro. Ena eja. Ye ka. Minua Ferguson dio oye minua me ya no hwie enye yie nti enema ne bi wo ha na wapia frutrim no ato agu na wasikwa so abrabom because holding on no emfa hwe ma emwa nti ne watwa so adam te se hobsi adoye se yayi wo no adi no ede ya obedidi
nyame behwe no
am say hey hobsi se wagimi za
nyame behwe ne ma
se wo de onim se yayi wadi nyame behwe o es
really akwabia uni kapre ena wako wasi ho se wasi mwa na asene si ono so anse ni omanye akufada memu nti ni omanye nti obeboa na o container dada bi o na fa na obeboa ma odi enioma kakra beguma mboa ya anya nsuo kura obeton ne bani de didi o se there bi o esofo na on di okanya mesem ti enya di osofo betime bi store enti se oni bi demand dia nyame behwe ne ma enti nyame behwe ne ma ni bi na oken
dia
nyame behwe
onim dia me pesa me kanyina ne se MPP fo akufado supporters share suban we ase enye nne
enye o
omo di aye no omo ya na omo nyom nkrofo na omo defend
yes
ene dia bedru ha na me pesa me ka asem ketua bi kire Ghana fo se wiase se wokoto se wo yonko da fom a bo na pagya no se oye mistake ene ohwe ase o so obi na pia no hwe fom o so paaye o bo no na pagya no na wanhwe yi a ebedru so na da ebedru so no unya kamafo unya ogefo we de omaye ne mouth ebia one day Peace FM managers ni bi no mbachi no ahwe no e wokwam.
Oh, it's something that we need to address as a
because omo ye edian ye enkrofo ba bi on bewura bia no ye be kontokwa na omo pie be kan
say what people don't even pay attention to there na sometimes Kwabena nipa e wo Ghana hanum ni nyina no omo a e wo say ye tena se na one day ye ma omo adwene ye started pricking omo conscience pa kese central for. You see, I don't know the ekoba ya e boama en central for be ye omo ho tamfo when e wasenka omunya united front na omutimi build a career because unim Ghana ahwe ase nyina ye central adwuma na hwe say Kwabena everyone knows in this country say in Central 4 they are the most threatened. They know everyone. Look, time Akufo-Addo na me ka about aduaba wa be dua wo man we mu me nana ne brofo ba ko e ne depa intolerable what you say obi a ne behavior no unacceptable in society sa nipa no ono pese wo tolerate no even when osaye intolerant
accept his bad behavior
ono ne ye oye udini
incorrigible
oye recalcitrant oye obia oye mamboeni oye nation wrecker. That's Akufo-Addo. All these describe only Akufo-Addo and his family and friends. Now that man ni bia oye one PP mu unacceptable. Even before becoming president, and your man oye one PP mu aduaba unim Kwabena, there was nothing like say we MPP ni MPP ni when they call contest na chita for be get boys ready say let's go and beat way boys. It had never happened. Now I will put Alan's analysis on how he feels say this is not a party we built. But you see, sometimes I am so sad about how come some people are so slow to know what to do and do it rightly. And I'll tell my boss, Alan, say, he was so slow in picking up. This is somebody who is very sharp. So how come it took him that long to know, say, this is not a party we all built? Why did he take it? Did he take it that coolly? Was it because he wanted to now manage himself in the bad situation, or he was comfortable because of ABC?
But yeah, dear, I may be wrong, but Alan Yenipa in all that situation, they me say now Alan feels say he was not affected directly. Sir,
I don't think so.
As him though,
directly as in his person.
His person
was attacked.
Yes, Bebo.
Right after the
Bebo.
2007.
But Obia na ye bet target say we ye akwala bone around Alan Biano. Na Alan a more distance kakra. It happened. Yeah. After we medi, many Alan kushai. Ewo ayi Westlands. Of frame. Also Kwabena enya hwe say ni didi nkoma na me hwe animu say mama ma typical example adajo mama feeling said there be angrofoi bua no mo bu journalist for no chia no mo chicho mo what did your mama do?
He put out a statement that look, hey masa baby amode ke kakwa ndie mode ke kakwa baby boni o e the trouble beba tisa Akufo-Addo wa bodam a fa wo dam no ejina hwa na baby a wo de kɔ no de abusu antokwa beba wo makura no enye yie shurum baba Alan ye ni nipa die yo ye die yo ankrofo no attacking mpo Alan tried say obemma nkrofo ahunu se ono no oye. That is where when you have problem. It's one of his banes of progress.
Oh yeah, no say obemma obi ahunu se media meye na Akufo-Addo no woni di sia ni so onya na ere pipe because Baumia ya say mundi money agriculture no so mo hwe agu Akufo-Addo den ka say mo ka dia no gu fom they said o ya mo one ne wo fa pawuri aya mo in 1979.
We are making things affect
Baumia. But Akufo-Addo 2016 and kesa mu nyina mu tigire mu say ya na nka mo dwudwa party no say no e ka na dia no gu fom tie aso tete so gu so
kenye so man ya say
satan ye fra mo say mo mra na ye kura chance ne fa adua na ka say na ahwe agu na bobi anu yankwala bone na apokunu yɛ nkɔra abɔne munya aduane num munya mu na MPP no ɛyɛ asanifo party ɛna mfa yin kosia ɛna asuyo
ba me de Kwabena unim sɛ obi enu oka sɛ me akwara abɔne a ɛyɛ me ya
na me mfa
because I was on course
me mfa ho
ɛna unim de na me taking inspiration free ne nsɛm me ntimi mo ne din wa ha na Kwabena si obɛfrɛw ɔno obɛkasa obɛtufo ɔno a bɛhyɛ nkran sɛ onim sɛ ɛnneɔma bibrachia yɛtene na ɛbɛyi a yɛbɛtumi atene no nanso deɛ yɛ no ɔka paa tire ne tire nka ɛnte sɛ abɔntenso fo mɛfa nkodi na mabusa ne sɛ hwan na ɛyɛ abɔntenso ni no Mahama Mahama ɛyɛ Guans are the first settlers of this land nti Mahama ɛne Akufo-Addo hwan na wɔsɛ fata so ɔyɛ Ghana mampani because ɔno yɛ first settler ɔmo asefoɔ ɛna ɛbɛbie Ghana sɛ nkanyɛ ɔmo asefoɔ na ɛbɛtena Ghana ha ɛnka Ghana nka nipa bi ante a
ɔsɛmempere
nti you see but even with time this same person said something ɔka kyerɛ me sɛ ana wonim sɛ no Mahama no sɛ mu gyae no that was idea give me some much more energy ɔsɛ sɛ wonim sɛ yɛ gyae no na otimi toa so after 2016 ekodu 2020 a wagu MPP na busan say how o say hwe enuma akwa na ye no the projects are me omo e de ache me ama mahu
so wo gya no
na otoa so se o build o mine na ebedu baabi no ye legacy ni nyina obi antimi nka hwe because sabre no wo twa wani baabia ye say NDC na highway NDC na highway into no it will be better
me call eya akomadan
okay
ema asantri pani bi frɛ me ka kyerɛ me sɛ ade a Joma ma ye no say ye boa no ma ne ye wi a Ashanti will not have a legacy.
Yes, that's true.
Hey, me see go aso na me friend na me wagi mi papa
tano ne wo ni petrim
wagi mi pa wo ye pani Asantini jimi ni say utimi frɛ me kasa asem wo kyerɛ me say obi kyekyere oman na wo suro say wo gyan no ye tani nti wo gyan no ma ne ya
yani mo nyamasa if I need pa me kan
we are fucking man
that's why I haven't mentioned Nidin
onko me kwa bo no
enya bukura no be bo no obe ferry and these are people and then omani abre yeah omani abre because abua kusi unua so a ka kira abua ne se so yen so
ubusa media for asem bi me ka asma kire o ade ba kwa multimedia for amfa nche me da e wo wiase hwe yaw kwasi chum driver ya pakia ka o car park wa multimedia car park ne de key seja ti say in case obi episode opia there was this fair colored guy not on a driving quiz. I don't know whether he's still there. Near say time name use FX35 Infinity me studio na omo dimi ka be frame say guy na to me car no e de awura wo no mu awura obi choba Jesus ye dimi ka ye Dominic ye nyina yo me wa ni abe frame ya sembe ya ye say ono de me car kwasi chum driver no won musan say ye dey a oso otra me car no 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 hu sense man for me say be gina car nanim no mo ye ne kam na me say wajibi sa na me media ko wi be botrimu bi a wate na me say wajibi sa enti wo ka say adenti na me ba multimedia no mato Infinity na makwaji aduro
yes what this keduro
any be the following week nani pa ode so ojo yo sesi a za young girl no wona di ka be pi accident ni so no akoka kire omo se omo ba no na wo da me bag mu a na wo no fisika na Dominic Kisi ebe yi bag no dwane ye hey
esa ozo ko tena meeting na nkan wanu ntum dia
ha na woni say na problem ho also mo koya terminals story grader
a grader estate yeah
grader Ghana real estate yeah and mo koya story say President Mills Makofa assassins omo ye story no emfa ne say mema pon 6 no omo ye no news night mi kofie na kodwo preko frame say kanjaga tie story we biu no ma record no de send me drew fie na me say botie now say no this story is not complete now say okay kodwo these are the loopholes get because omo your story na flat without talking to grader Amegashi without talking to like the players involved now I'm okay
stakeholders.
So the stakeholders involved no mention get all of them ye freeway ya Amegashi res a grader from crowd there omo ba studio our pyramid house no so joy fm for no mon kasai masem nyina ani o wo mo bonyum the whole day wo mbo afu news kro mo nkai o anwumre ni afre von bakusen ni afre customer crew akola na mo kofa no buy a fucking boy
cause me hu na che
akora almost say memra edan kesi enu mu mesume ko na me ko ma sori dem aja
can it be
na ba yem hu ye na so grovo we me hamone
interesting
one say me kwa we dey me nkema no ntum na me nkema no ntum say you did the story is not complete no ma complete na mamo
and it's the same firm
and
munya ba kan ye nyina
yenya no nyami what is your problem omo de me ko transi a den na joy fm my story na me my rebate na ko jo pon kroma na say hey
tibembe
hey kwajo jai no anhwe ya ko club na jo me de bo be botin
na oyo
kakra I say hey get away ko wachi wa hoda me hade na kwajo twa so enti say sa niema ni nyina no na ehihye wo mutrim ti yakwa wo mo ho wo edan no mu no na o say kwa we ye ba nwene ho say entuma no die minim afa kra do am say gbavlo that time mami ade bi hye maso say me bi bra inside wo no mu di nkoma na me record
bluetooth
e bi hye maso da ena no obi be che mi bi e ma che mi bi mi hunu yusu me di hye maso anu maso ya me ya o mo kasa na eho ni background me aso sa me hunu ye na me de ma yi ni madum na de ato say me do e ya na me pe we no local no original no de atare wa so no
your friend direct
direct no me pie no minimum Facebook kwa yo bra ko na kire me Facebook ana akune sakut minimum
sakut
WhatsApp na kwa yo bra ko nda bia wo kura phone na pepre those days pepre na busa na ade na ya no phone so no was me ya WhatsApp na was dey ne WhatsApp me as ma o kanu mi ni ma de kro no mo dey ashame say eyemia so the issues were piling yako meeting mo say Joy FM for tran front na Adom FM for tran middle na Asempa FM che say ye na station eye futa na ye ya tran akiri ani ye di kai call ho first Alam kache songo no mu say mon ko tran front ni aso ye nyina ye workers Joy FM for ba mbo afu na say obu afu atakonya na say everybody attention sit down meeting no mon frame meeting ni enye staff there ba ye nyina ye workers obi anche obi a the idea was just to give the Asempa FM team no some morale because unim dia no omo edru bronya na Joy FM for na nanti Africa komlemle aba Asempa saade no omo ye no Carol Night as a day no
Carol
na omo be interview Asempa FM for no joke ni bi no omo de call Joy akobo ti me buy no first year December me twam me caucus office me twam say Joy FM reporters ni bi de bibi record about as omo ka bibi serious ke no omo record na me say dia no omo say o ya omo betwe kobo no na me say ya Joy for no so omo joku bi omo say da bi na me so kwasi asema akwa na me say fa idea ni free akọ fa free akọ o sha Asempa FM ya say jokers ya nim say jokers money Joy FM for no mo na more building no. There are workers there. Let them joke and go and play. You don't come here to come and record us. No akobo enti obi ahu Asempa FM near o jimi. And yes na me free for kwasi asem free akọ. Omo ko e bobie mu ade. Ti ada omo nya me no omo kan ni sefa kan nu de nyina frae. Also I friends a problem Kwame despite company Faradex no mi nyae no nana ya kase ho ena mkobo despite say me mu ade ya bia Hello FM enipa Angel FM abefa nipa 18 and the dust no nyina akọ akame ne akoso ago sata akoso ago nyem Samson Kenya me cha kodu obi ruofa mo obọ ne su mama ne se atu ewo bantama Orion Enzima hene
against ma
nana bodu ahwe Samson Kenya me cha so wo
kosi
bodu wo Orion
se unim de see and say na ye conference
wo de ma menwe ena Samson Kenya me cha koji mi ye
wanyimi
me de se mo
kosi bodu na na wahu se ni wo so ye na nyoma no odi se hunu
wa hwe Samson Kenya me cha suma ma ne se atu no oda hospital akoso agonyem mesumi nua keto aba ko de memeka akohwe ase awu o se fridge mu mia na mbekai anopa news matrem kokroko ena mo say yenko pa nipa mra no mbekai news ni bi nana ya kase ewo fie ho boy ye good ofri IBM nje o say aba obeye internship nam so oluma see a best spend this sika that time who petri newscaster 150 million 100 million you spend nam so ehun hia say for the day best spend this sika we na ne akase ye good obetimi aye training no a mi aminu alo ya twebo akodua so omudi bi ye no so agai ai bobi enya o mo bebo se fa kan mama ne na edo ko yo dis omudi mi tifi ho no mo fromie na omi anhwa so nye adwuma nam so akolai we good mumfa no kakra ewiase obi aye build no omo so da bi
today the rejected stone
na ya kase
cornerstone
me na ya kase na wiase kro nkai me se me wo wiase
it does not matter you played your role
massive problem aminya no ho no adai en man preso ama omo anfa sika no ankwa koto omo anfa despite sika na ankoto obi ama
obi cat
no obi cat obi adwuma me ye feska obi adwuma me ye tam sika ekodi se wo ye agongo adwuma na asesa ne sika kwase asema no enaja ye no bobi enye sena akwawe seje bensa bonsu akoka kire omo se dwoma ama ne ha na tata abreme 270 million ya na wo ka ho
over can you okay
wo na wo ka ho
over
mama fancy ya am koye madwuma atiefo unim edeme ka se wo ya kire mo se ewiase o ntensere ukoto se unu anya amane a eya asonmu na bua no wai no chinabi e bedru so pe wo de obi nya problem asere no na enche wo de beba mamenche GBC asase bi yaw wonim say old GBC
Kwabena, so before we go are we done with that?
Debbie you know a full topic me person me tiwe ni free on bra be here no ye ba be no old GBC asase no a ebe old Flagstaff House no also mo old Flagstaff House
yes
and no more Jubilee House also asase bi down old GBC land obi idwiso etie for mo hwe saa video we mame na mo mo amempa nipa kura wato asase no for now okay asase ni for so ya the video na to your page yaw minim say wo hwe no ho a asase ni very vast land obi develop asase no GBC for asase me pamcho me mo obi adi ne mo ya ba chim ya na dwi me sramo
yenim so anke bebo
say minima Allah but every Ghanaian bia on say ayisi so on say ay excavator si so omo develop asase no omo wia asase no Ghana penifon kasa omo wia asase on say omo ni container bia beta ho
omo kasa nipa no omo na prime suspect obeden wakasa
GBC asase o
yeah
omo wia o mesra mo mutie me okromu a obi amfana so nto fom awi kramfo abakromu ha momo ami anche no momo ayai enkrofro mo fa yase kenoforiata say obeye economic village and I don't know whether this land and what target
na say adenokra so mo develop baby o
yes GBC asase o
okay so still on the way to baby a park bi wono asem na woken yana as a park bi wo sa area ho baby na adenimo office wo side
also boys no bobo ho
yeah
but ne top one asase bi
almost started develop
oh
I've seen 2-story buildings very gigantic
yes ebeba
esopa
ebeba
on Kwabena me no de bia na asema mpese me ma Ghana fo nyina hu
wo mu wi asase no
oh enye no nko a airport nso menim I need to share
yes
an airport story with you
it's how enye ma me ma onye ma me nsase sia na yemfa enter way
okay
but mesra Ghana ni bia wo hwe video we mesra mo mi se minim nipa kura oya ene anka nipa kura no jese wo tweme fom wo mu wia GBC asase no wo mu wia eyaban no na ewia sakufu adu ne manuo se ye woni ne namfufo so ye ne nabusuafo wo mu wia asase no wo mu wia asase no GBC asase no anu wo de kro no wo mu wia dan na wo kan na esi wo no enie kakra ka bagaya
emienu the dine sopa dine akese emienu
e wono so de ye economic village
yes, but mache room obi and I think say I didn't know we were going to discuss it but I'll still refer from it
okay all right into we check my na mama menchira mo ade asesi a me ba cho star 413 hash eya check it we ni first winner no yama me na me money din obetime the 1000 ana mpacho ye mo obetime the 1000 cedis ana 500 1000 cedis ana 500 one try ntaba 5 cedis try 5 cedis try 5 cedis pe me pacho you first winner no mame amam for free say di agro na ye ni agro hwe Kwame eya coalition of la association for Laboni cantonment lands yenko ti asem omo ka efa omo press conference nra enene pamcho mu mientie Ghana for enya din na munti ade kro hwe bibi koso ade na koso no se mo amia nsore a mamenka Ghana for se me no ka say finance minister ye butu Charles nyame no so ejira me so omo ju omo sika enkokurafo na merwafo egu awiem mpacho yanko
from the press.
Yanko.
Let's look at another area. Laboni area. And I'll break it into two. We'll first look at the Salisbridge Enclave. Now, when you look at the Salisbridge Enclave, it was another land that was acquired from LA. And it was part of the dairy farm acquisition. Now, government took that particular portion around 1958 thereabouts to develop what they call the housing scheme for government officials. And so, previously, some few years before now, you realize that we had directors and chief directors from various ministries. We had security agencies have their big men there because government allocated those ones to them. Today, get to the Salisbridge area and look at the developments happening over there. Try as journalists to fish for information and find out who are behind those developments. You are going to see private developers. Is it a matter of great loot and share? That people are at the ministries responsible for these particular areas are finding ways to share with their cronies. And our cry again is that our traditional authorities are sitting down. Sometimes we begin to wonder if they are not conniving with these people and taking monies, meager amounts from them, enjoying and leaving we the people to suffer. That is what we are beginning to think, because they are not giving out any information and we don't see their proactiveness in dealing with the issues. Again, when we take the same Laboni, let's now look at the coffee shop area. Between the Laboni Secondary School and the coffee shop, Laboni Coffee Shop, there is this other estate, a very small one, which was also part of the dairy farm acquisition. It measures about 6.69 acres. Now, recently, when you drive through that place, and I can charge the media men, once you are finished, you can go to all these areas we are talking about and verify for yourself what we are telling you. About 6.69 acres of land has totally been given out. Demolition here, demolition there. Everything is going down under the supervision of our municipal assembly. And no traditional authority is even moving there to find out what is happening. As traditional authorities, you are the custodians of the land on behalf of the people. Being acquisition owners, if there is anything going wrong, you have the right to call on government and ask government to do the right thing. Because we do not have cocoa here. We do not have gold here. All we have is our land. And fortunately for the people of land, our lands are the most prime.
Okay, so, yeah. Laboni Cantonment lands omatre Salisbridge and an important coffee shop and Sasnina Yamutu trade fair yanko trade fair yanko trade fair me pacho Ghana ni bia won for me.
Also know that we have issues with the Ghana Trade Fair Company regarding a 102-acre land which they claim they are developing. This land was acquired in 1967 for the Ghana Trade Fair Company to build a trade fair facility. Now, no compensation has been paid since 1967. And the trade fair facility which was sitting there has been demolished in the year 2020. They promised they were going to build it, that's government. Again, like the General Hospital, they have failed to build the facility. Now, we've seen some development starting over there. That's anchor development. But there is an issue of compensation which should be paid to the last state. And the insult that came from government authorities is that they were going to pay to the last state a paltry 74 million Ghana cedis. 74 million Ghana cedis. Now let's do the maths. 102 acres for 74 million cedis comes to That's $67,000 per acre for this prime land trade fair. Ladies and gentlemen of the media. Now, when you get behind the trade fair to Chadu, land is selling between $150,000 to $250,000 per plot, not an acre, per plot. And so, if for prime land like a trade fair land, you are paying 67,000 dollars for an acre, what is more insulting than this? And yet, our traditional authorities have kept this information under their armpits without telling the youth and the people of La anything on this. So are we right if we should ask our traditional authorities whether they are sleeping on their job? I'm not sure we are wrong. Now, South La. When you take the South La Act, the land was acquired in 1902 for what was then known as the coconut plantation. Later on, government changed it into housing for the state house. Now, you would also know that we have issues with the Ghana Trade Fair.
All right, so Mame Airport, Yankwa Airport, Namin Tuma Yao.
Now, in recent times, we have had issues about the Ghana Airport Company Limited. Ghana Airport Company Limited. The Ghana Airport, as we see it, originally there was an acquisition made for the aerodrome project, which has today metamorphosed into the Ghana Airport. Now, somewhere in the 90s, government started the Airport City project. We would have thought that the enclave where they built the Airport City would have been where they were ending. Not too long ago, we woke up one day to the information that from the 37 lorry station all the way to the Ewa traffic light, now encompassing the main Liberation Road and then the airport bypass, all the way to the Silver Star Towers, has been sold out to private developers. And the only structures they were going to leave would be the Ministry of Defense and the police church, which means that the police barracks, the DVLA, the military barracks, that's the where they have their drumsmen, all the way to the 37 station. Everything is going. Today, if you get there, you realize that the demolition is going on unabated. And they are going to develop what they call Airport City Phase 2. They have not engaged the people of La, the allodial owners of the land, in any way. Once again, not surprising to us, our Nime are quiet. When you look at us here, whenever we sit down, all we think about is that Nime probably have gone to take money, satisfy themselves, and left the people to suffer. Where on earth do leaders behave this way towards their subjects? Where on earth? In other jurisdictions, people would have risen up in arms against them. We have been so lenient to engage our chiefs. But now it seems they don't want our leniency. So we are going to now change the strategy. Yes. And from today, if they do not come out to tell us anything concrete, our attack will not be focused on them. We are serving this notice to them. Now, within the Airport City enclave, media men, you are aware, recently, there was a leakage of a document. This heavy builder scandal. These things to the high heavens. Very, very smelly. If you read the document, you would cry. And I'll tell you why we are not happy with our Nime sitting down. Now, this particular enclave starts from the airport roundabout after the Shell filling station. And if you know where the Hajj village is, all the way to the polo grounds, the very land in front of the airport, you see it's covered in lawn. This is where the heavy builder scandal is actually talking about. Now, the land is being given to this company called Heavy Builders. And Heavy Builders, that particular thing, is linked to this unique company I talked about, and what is actually talking about.
Okay, all right. So, Nana, Now, so my revelations be on airport company. I know, sir, Honorable Kujetu Ablakwa have started something. But it seems, sir, now it's like they are selling the country.
Kara, my man Sanchez for ne Ashefo. And Ramete, so be say, Yankase a tea for ne Ashefo. Obi here. And so on tea. Obi so tea and so on here. Nti ukase tie for ne ahwefo a is in line
obi tie e fa na
ukase asem no susu mi nua e fa ne say former MP4
Atabazi
David oh then I'm referee
anyway ya nkoda ada ayi niema ho
Kwabena Dabia me kase nipa ho se adwen boni ba otrimpe na nyansa atu kwan nti sa adwen boni ba otrimpe ana se woye wa adwen se adwen boni no wo de be ye adwuma bi a wo se wo kan hu se you don't have monopoly over adwen boni ena ade ben ne wo wiase we mu a say me yes ade we na eto nteda Kwabena ebia watimi abomodin a wo aban mu we yeska na wi aye no ebia wadwe ye o se ukotutu from the shower safe and obi ehu and into watutu from the scanner show wadwe ye o se uko to safe ya emu dududu yi ansa na be start construction no wama yede ye friend is saying grade the G for mono wama forklift apeja ade ne de akɔhye ho and we see dan na dan hye wardrobe nkama and ade ska egum nti wadwen ye o say e safe Kwabena boni bie ni ho a esuma ye kasa ade nsuma you cannot hide crime
yeah
you cannot. No matter how you try, you still cannot because in the end, it will be better.
Yeah.
Now, Sabi, for example, Sikabe say, bear $100,000. I won't say. It was Busa almost say 100,000 no crowd, make a million. 100,000 no. And yet, nipa bin sem ne free about. If Robin said never ho. Enti anya bia no dancing ni ba ko pekrase yenya. Na say di pako wan koto.
Okoto.
Enti no it still boils down to one thing say. Boni ensuma. Omu sisi sa dan ne ma enkofo no ma wi ansase no.
Yeah.
They have neighbors who also have neighbors.
Okay, o send here be on
yes. And no yeah airport. Baby ana la tante la tante menim
we the master la tante obi ano fufu atwa
baby ana aircraft ni si no say aircraft ni VC10
wo ma kwa wia o
asase no ma ton ma kwa bi Lebanese ni bi
oh
yes wo ma ton asase na ma Lebanese bi I hear say omo that na ye front family na ekufodo ni na ni nuanom ni na yonkofo na omo a na ye saade no e na omo de obi aye front say ye be share aka say wo na wo obede na ye de ama wo
yeah sure
this someone from inside ekufodo no na ye saade no omo to am obi if I was static clear assassin
oh
was static clear or babe static
but in this situation say in the airport company person your project what happens?
She say no, you see the airport company all the institutions no omo anu abro yakofom and I think say I was say Ghana for nyina ye my home ne so what must say because for example nipa no na kwatena ho no we are me you ready obeka na no atum obi enye so strong to say me I was me you na me mu ka say obeyi medical me na ba ko si abonten ameko as I got to what must say enti no I was say Ghana for mum ne sorry na obi bia onim asase bi hu bibia obi wo se watokra yen resist say yen mani nsi hwe nsi so baby ope bi onko aposifo ba yen ne mfa mfe mo mfe so say your government land in Kwadia, because you see Kwabena, a time will come me say your mama background na wanya me make sure say mete squad omo pa omo fe yenko jail meko wa we aban asase na wo se we si property bi asi so no ye ma kwan ma unra property ni. No, we have to let them know because I aban asase na se mo ankasa masafa kwati kwan so aton ama mo ho na emre mu na mo ne nam na nse mo sumu kwa kosi agenda 111 na ho asase mu nya bi ohu enkwasi afon kwa na gu aban we mu na we kufado wo ko ya we nya asase ni bi no we nya asase ni because de ya ban de anka betimi ayusu de aye sa anoma no waton afa
would just imagine say enka ebia sa asase we also om de amale banis ni.
Yes,
na airport company hospital na mwasi health facility
it's doable.
Kasia asisu
Imagine say enka sa de ni siwa enka obi betimi akofa frontier
dabi
ameye health
John Mahama beto Bank of Ghana asase.
Yes,
wasi asase we eni kwasi obi ade ne nsaka. Okay, mo IGF no amoye no.
yes, internally generated fund.
Say ebi percentage ba aban ho no
on their own balance sheet.
me pacho me hia me premium sika dia ye mpuntunuma mo nko asase no so. And Bank of Ghana our hospital.
Yes,
generate sika SI ma omo
Terminal 3.
just like Terminal 3.
Or say $100 ina mutuano. Passengers fare na mutuano. Na abanji mu $40, which is 40%. And na most for 60. And as you say on your own balance sheet, no. Mo fancy mo fan ko bobisi ana musi Terminal 3. This is very innovative. Adri we bi ma obi a penny bi atrimu da is the first of its kind.
Okay.
And Terminal 3 because John Mahama decided one ko bobisi ana every baby and go see you.
And John Mahama
on their own balance sheet.
Project.
And at that time they were making profit.
And that project as net at the whole period. And John Mahama no so betimi atwitwa
Aton afa
FI.
Yes.
Then ko mo dey asisi omo a private project. Homes. John Mahama no mo se there bi. Ade we ne ade ye. Enti ba bia sa tantio se tantiti se titi no.
Yeah.
Titi no ne esi no. Ananka mo wialupre no ade ko na alupre kase we ya de se dem ana ya de se fiem anso ye hunu ba bia alupre afa ko bodu say time na akurati mi wi dade empa efro ye nti sa abakoma se we bi da bepe me say alupre kakraka we na anadwo nipa da ya suda e papa bi etu nkromo na kamwen watimi ya sori anadwo kode boko yeso mo nsempa bo o tietia from kakran kachire akwa na ochi eye low bed ne se onsunti aso na nye boom na nipa be sori na mo akukuru ai tantio se de na asiso tama amafo hu ye akromfo sim omo de ko omo adwane mo de asase na malibanis ni so the point ni say asase no adenti na mo fan develop bi ama airport company aye be generate ska e ama airport company. Why?
Okay, the question has become rhetorical because you know their mindset. They have not come in favor of this country. Into see Adema airport your money there. Into no other no go see Adema airport. What you say? Ni pay oba no ni mission enu nti ode ba ban mu ane se oba be wiayen akuyen aseye ena wa ba ban mu oba yen soso no ni bibia oye bia kire se o wia oman no enu nti ade abroni friend state capture no it's on course. And if state capture is on course, how would you think say obi a no capture state no ama airport company kura no nyamfa so ene airport company ntimi nyamfa so
yeah
wa capture ma ene me no kasa bedi atuo yire no ye frɛ baby CIP a ewo eno ye bigger than VIP o ɛwɔ airport no woni say ono na ye in charge.
Oh sir.
Yes.
No, but breaking down.
There is a place at the airport your friend is CIP.
Terminal 3.
Terminal 3 hono. Ne hono. Eye omo a I had to say omo private jets omo tu kwan ba in and out. Omo I said they are superior to VVIP for any VIP for no. Omo ene fa ho. Omo na use ho. Ho bibia ho bia say is under the control of Kofi Asante Bedi Atuoyere no. Femi. Eti I mean they are in to loot. Ade was nke fa aban staff court na ho. E make sure say profit bi e beba ho bi a fair samu betua ne charges ne nyoma bi a e beje mo no e be ka aban ho no. Say ono na afa e no oye.
Really?
Yes. It's state capture omo na eye. Kofi Asante Bedi Atuoyere Femi e ho no te. Say CM no ka say e ho no te.
Ni office ho.
E ho na eye ote ade bi oye na adwuma. Wafa e no wafa workers. As if say your mo abona fidi.
Sana minyana akufo do ba no ofra Asante Mampo me cousin. Jankroma. Sana ay creative arts. Why you?
Aye.
Creative arts wonim say me no ka say. Yaw. Say Ghana 40 ya. Creative arts on say omo be an agency in 2020. Now oye board member obapa ena de ne kwaka ho. One year an agency 2020. When we say Jankuma na acting CEO, only letter. Per the constitution, the president na say on man letter appointment as CEO, only letter. Creative ask for nim salary how much a year Jankuma edge. Omo nim na allowances.
Do you know why?
Wamu nim bibia kambobo ni nyina kire wa. Woman nim bibia and the creative arts office no aye ne personal business center to say they working when you say we creative arts agency on website Jankuma ne company ne private company logo and at the whole
and also your creativity
ne private company logo and at Ghana ni bia OTM bia pa onko creative arts website says here Jankroma ne private company logo ana edaho ana ne private company no ansem ana eguo Jankroma timia jina Ghana a name ana France for assign a ye deal okraku mante anya ball ni no anya okraku no ball no
Mark.
Asem na making.
Mark Okreku man.
Ha. Ana ba ko so bobol. Okreku ba ko do bobol. Ah, unim de obobol no.
Ba ko ye friend Kreku.
Oh, okay.
Krek.
Tobo. Kreku no na bobol no.
Ai on oye
ball won adwuma no. Okay. Ana
Okreku mante.
Ogrobo ye kwasiafo. Ana Mark Okreku sa boy no. Mark Okreku no e madam for na mnim so wajibi sa. One of the stupid boys. Near what a multimedia. Oh, one about let us over to from what by manager said, yeah. I got Jimmy bio. No, but I'm not somebody no more. Kumasi Love FM. Hello FM no about. Mimi ni Mark. Jimmy boy be. Jimmy. Jimmy complete.
Osu.
Okay, go and tell Osu said there.
Osu.
Jimmy complete.
The Rafu said, Adena.
Anna say for documents. Jankuma documents no on the France for assign. For documents ni mra. The documents ni asie. What is it? What the documents ni asie?
First of all,
and me case with the issue. Said there Femi no also wafa
and you know in fact Jankroma sawo baby wo ho a your friend baby I need to refer well but the stores I it say stores now e wo ho na you see na was say your man you let out. Oh, I let him man call for, and so it me a patronize and I say you no. Or Mwama Jankroma, any Akufado mano, my sisters no, and so swafa hunina.
Then come on, for radio.
Idea I was anka airport company Ninya Sonfaswono is going into private pockets. Daughters of the president, hey, and daughters of the wife. Oh, na Jankroma diano. Once I have my Jankroma, a letter, say CEO no, Obi didn't back court.
I didn't.
She doesn't qualify. She does not qualify. Okosku way. Often receive him. She doesn't qualify.
Then come on for grad and yes how.
Yeah, money letter, but acting there. Say acting in your main.
No, but acting you need they need to give him a letter.
See, I know my money acting letter.
Baby,
acting letter woman.
Money letter.
You know say what you want what then.
What what any acting see you cry letter when be.
Until they say what you then.
What for?
For that number of years or better na honum no. She is there illegally.
Yes.
But because never pay president to
yes,
then someone can take a suit against her.
Ama say me no kasa you know. Are for some case? A case etiano.
One.
A creative ask for no. Ko your prayer konom.
O ma che.
Some case against you know.
O ma che.
If you say
something like this, once you and ya bibiana, you gather the facts and you put it in the public domain, say in a press statement, and you proceed to court. It's a crime. She's not fit and proper to be there.
No,
she does not qualify.
But how can Akufo-Addo sit down and watch say me the idea we have amano, but I mean, fuck the constitution, fuck everything. Go there, take salaries, take decisions, sign contracts. How? What the abaya need to problem? Because any administration and Akufo-Addo jiri sent in a band to me ko prison na.
Kara. Oh, say eya na do baby a. Me kan say na me sha say me say adwen boni ba ni patrimu a ni nyansan tu kwan.
No, but
you are talking as if say nipa na wo kan asem no oye nyansani a odwen. No, but
the point is, almost run this for.
Also, why?
They don't fear anything.
I didn't know to quine, Yansana to quine, and Yajuma. Also, why? It will make catch him saying this bet me about power. Now, and call for raising issues about Jankroma. Now, Jankroma, Yahanis asked Adaya or Yakufado ba. Ah, na Kwabena Kiatigan, and I'm a sister, my sister, Sam Ranamani Yabre. Now, sister, now, sister, I have one year Nico Tuma, now, Namimionia. Unya no beche ukoye no. Unya minua. Me kura so unya unua no na oma ne ma me beche ukoye. Wa me hwebe. Wa me hwebe Jankroma suo baby adru.
Minua ndie kura na.
They will nobody will get away with murder. I'm telling you, nobody. And I'm daring anybody who would even want to try. Just giving it a try makes you an accomplice. Giving it a try to make someone get away with murder makes you the criminal. More criminal than the criminal.
Fear young.
Nobody.
Yow, when him say, minya kontronchi Jankroma. Emeka se mientia. Well, your friend say, Kwokento, adenom dro to. Edano no ba kwa say, sie ko bi hu ache. Always I draw you know.
Because I'm friend I feel good.
I feel good. Odro bi wo tetekwasi. Eno odro bi wo akwaje. Ena tasi de no a wo munwie ye no. Ye mfuturo bonu no akola tribo de nsa de se. Na wo matimi akodro keto a bi ato ba bi se ye no so beautification. Ni nyina no unim de omoje ye. O se ono kwagigi sika wo Ghana gas ene ada Ghana commercial bank $2.5 million. That project no.
Na 12 ni su free.
12 million bi wo mu. 12 million bear.
Obviously, but could be almost $12 million.
A logo noa. And your logo noa. Logo noa.
Is it 12 million CDs or $12 million?
A logo noa. Won't it? Ya won't it?
Me mate.
Logo noa.
Mate you say and you money be your
logo noa. Yanwa.
You can easily discuss because enough reason to.
Anyway, creative as for also on supply me documents and other things.
Let me canon because it's not just about the supply. Akufo-Addo is not above the law. Akufo-Addo Nemu is not above the law. It's only a clause in the constitution that allows for him to have a certain field day, not for so long a time, but I think it's a maximum of 3 years indemnity clause. Say yentimi fanenko efiasi ana yentimi fanenko court. However, if it happens that Akufo-Addo aye crime be even now, they can prosecute him after indemnity clause no I expire.
Okay. So
Kwabena I was saying in Ghana for who say there are things that we can give a blind eye to. And there are things that omo adwe you almost say omo aye but esesumase and to makata neomaso.
Okay. Yeah,
but no one as far as I'm concerned will get away with murder.
Okay. Your friend say Cynthia Afoko Abeka yensa wa ha. And he dim komo pa on a Busa North constituency Sunday woman organizer. Now my first winner Sikacha de promotion. Messia na amafo bedi di peche. Hello. Eja. Me ba chawo.
Micho.
Ah. Nada, where did be?
Me do Misaka.
Who did say?
Me do 500 be.
Kai.
But we be answer me.
Me aminie.
But we me brother baku.
Me dase.
We friend
Haruna. Allah. Muna de mungo de Allah.
Mungo de so say
mungo de. Allah karifi mana. Wallahi Allah duba. Hey, duba. Muna de hakan na. Muna de keu. Muna de karifi. Yes, so say gobe. Mate. Kariansu.
Onim say
o come ho asem woni akache.
Emrebi na me she me sua house. Ana na for do say nana ko nsia wa hwe a obe kasa na bo hudua. Se won ti ase amenka. Eze de o kan wa bo hudua o ba ko no. O ye na say o say me kwabna. Kasa o kan na me kire wa say
Mangabin daddy.
O say me kwabna.
Mangabin daddy.
If I would dikadi di hu atem. And I also aka kire wa wo say se wo say asema wo kan anya no kra wo ton tete. Ai.
Akufo-Addo mention why.
Anyway, diabo.
Obwa. Mangabin daddy. Manga ina chiki wondo mata. Because Sini. Akwai karfi mana. Pacho mun twana a star 413 hash. Mefa ni patu. Ubedi 1,500. Mwan twana ntema mi twaso. Munya ntentem. But quick one. You see this GBC lands. And Pacho Emmanuel was ya baba kayensa. But Cynthia GBC lands. La cantonment. Laboni airport cantonment dey nam kan around be hwe me no ye say omunti makoto hama o don sa come here me ba say
37 DVLA
NDC a press conference. I say we are in a say Mrantia omoko attack UTV for no. You say ya punish obia 2,400 Ghana cedis. Ya fine omo. Ya fine omo. Court no find you guilty. Ewo abone for some omo ye eno and a fine any day Emma omo. So say what attack will be ewo kruma yenjelu a fine. A journalist that they claim say or no akwa ka we defame a Magdan. Say journalist no omo chinu tumu 2 weeks. Say bro no omo bu no Ewatema police station no say dear you wawu mysteriously ewo krumu ha. You understand? Enti what is it they say? But so obi MPP ni attack obi a ye no MPP ni no ye fine no. Till somebody is alleged say we publish false information about Magdan. Ye didn't come 2 weeks. Opie ba ye no obewu ye. But say MPP ni physically attack somebody sa MPP ni ye fine no or no ye fine any money etia. This is the second time yet Kroma and Akufo-Addo boys ni militant group wa wate omodi atuo ene ma storm a certain court Kumasi High Court Wabra Court no was in session. Obabesia neti akonwam, they attacked the woman, they attacked the court. Ebon krofo ewo court clerk nenasefo eje eye omo criminal boys edu omo ekoye. The only thing the same court was able to do is to just fine them. Eye fine omo fine penalty ena omo etuaye. This is the second time. And that is why I keep on telling everybody, Akufo-Addo supporter, attack you, baby, you don't need to go to the police station. What you need to do is to defend yourself and defend well. You have the legal right to arm yourself as a Ghanaian. You have the legal right to arm yourself as a Ghanaian. Mema obia NCC, mema obia enkanche say no, you have the legal right to arm yourself. Ade bia what your constitution numu a ultimate register say ade we me personal property a woman hono. You can do it and protect yourself. That Akufo-Addo supporter attack wo fie wo jumem baby wo bia no. You don't need to go to the police station. Don't go. What you need is to defend yourself hard. The outcome, you are defending yourself, and you should defend yourself at all cost. That is my point.
Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah Bema be meti gara from kube punti mpuna si sokode no wakachira katabin say you what you can say Kwabena keja guma mni yanko.
Oh Nana Bobie Ansah on Citizen Show. Stay with Nana Bobie Ansah all the politics you can know on Accra FM 100.5. Due to the Citizen Show, Nana Bobie Ansah.
Unamigo, cockroach for Klebida, Newa Manubo. Wawe Magbona, Netra Chicago Namigo, cockroach for Klebida, Newa Manubo. Letile was see Nova, Mipo, they will sell a Nova, Mipo. Yabe mauya medwapo nubo. Najile wasi Nova, Mipo, ne usele wowu Nova, Mipo, yape mawu ya medra ponuwo natile wasi nova niko ora mutale nova niko yape mawu ya medra ponuwo wawe magbona metro ajika ponami kobo tuto fokrebi newa honugbo wawe magbona metro ajika ponami kobo tuto fokrebi newa honugbo natile wasi nova ewu sele wowu nova yape mawu ya medra ponuwo natile wasi ewu sele wowu nova nipo yape mawu ya medra ponuwo mi ma fo gbedewo obenu pe mawu adujina mi ma fo gbedewo obenu pe mawu adujina mi ma fo gbedewo mi ma fo gbedewo obenu pe mawu adujina mi ma fo gbedewo mi ma fo gbedewo obenu pe mawu adujina mi ma fo gbedewo obenu pe mawu adujina mi ma fo gbedewo obenu pe mawu adujina mi ma fo gbedewo
all right, young guy, walk by Jack. Sad, so sad. It's too much. A serious disaster. As a Ghana, you're sorry. I be a yenny. I dear Cosono. Anwase. Mind you, Sankro for when you are Ghana for. Sankro for when you are Ghana for. And that is why I see a tea and in I show you. Anyway, so that's a live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Mami Zoom straight. Now, men Kwankwaya Juma. All right, so yeah, this is a president say or call affected areas, no. Na wakwa show mu. Initial near so bedru be 130. Mene oka say ya check ya still on drew ye. But me say me team anywhere actually. Say mo check it edemaye. And this morning na me tie Orura Kenzo. That is the deputy director VRA, and he is in charge of engineering. And that Odim Komobia with Bernard Avle and Komano na emuye nya kakra. Na men said that enyani ye because or say almost started simulation exercise in May. Sorry, in this year May. And almost started. So which means obviously they were looking forward. Then in September 15th, and almost started the spelling. Mitie Ohinibi ewo one of the Sojamine villages. And Wakase, they just came there. That's via Reform Baho. I think said last week Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And almost say a J in Sunumu. Emma in Suno Ababitri Afa Omoso. And I think these kind of things, so unfortunately for us as a country, punish civil servants. Apart from politicians, punish civil servants. No. Apart from Tina, Obi to say Addison say no, ni Jimmy Ababete, ya watuo Bank of Ghana on wo Jimmy, but Obehu the last. You see, I keep on saying this, that Ghanaians vary or more tactics say NDC ba nobody say Addison almost say omoni bibiaka. The ordinary citizens will go to Addison's house and ask for the money. You're the trouble, Baba Kromano. Oh, yes. You're not the trouble, Baba Kromano. We need to go the Malian way, the Burkinabe way, the other. We need to go that way. Not the BCBSC. We cannot sit in here and claim you're Ghana for the pay and want them. Then we have some silly elements, some riff-raffs, rogues, stupid people taking advantage of the system, sucking the system like never. No, we won't agree. We will vary our tactics. We will vary it. Say street for aji boom, akon krofo fie baku mienua. Aha. After everybody, so and I make us say Obia here and this we near the beba. But today that is not my issue. And no be mukeke. And that many break akra. Because you know voter region is my second home. Voter region is my second home. And I can even say it's my first home. Weekendy na me wo ho me chini ko other places. Me ko a yen krani biase. Some of them I don't know them. We tried say yebeboa o mon kakra. Me drive ekoko far soga kofa eyusu dabala. The other time I was at Agbozume, Tetekope. I was at Tetekope, and even before the spillage, you know, baby to say Agbozume, and those areas, you know, they were having issues with Insua, Afawomo. I mean, you're driving through baby, now we interact with them. And it's sad. It's a very sad situation. All right. And then quick one no. My men chow miami baby or and then near my air coso. And it will shock you. My men chow miami baby near my air coso. It's so sad. And let me say this. I've heard them talking about GRA hit target near the other. When you gather amount for tax and the president steals the money. Yes, Akufo-Addo is stealing our money. He's a thief. So the issue is not about how much you have gathered from the people. The issue is Kwabena Bobie Ansah use sikano. Right? Kwabena Bobie Ansah use sikano. So the jim for tax. Na ba Akufo-Addo wie sikano. Akwa dia. I mean, hey, enya sa na no. Please. Okay, so let me show you some video scenes of what is going on in voter region, eastern region, and other places. Let me show you some. Okay, so videos no me buy no. Almost say backpack awadua. Ni ewa central town. So all the places no was central town. Right? All the places in was central town. All the videos in here was central town. Okay, all right. So let's have a view of what went on these areas, and still currently near my airport. When it comes to Insua Eyiri Afo. And let me say men commend the other media houses are omo any abria omo fatu omo hoso.
So those are farms taken over by the water. You can see people's farms are in the water, and it's very deep actually. It's deep, it's more than 4 feet, so you cannot walk inside. And you can see that structure has been totally immersed in the water. That structure, which used to stand tall here, is now collapsed. This is the situation here at Abadue. This is a house, about 3 structures here has totally collapsed. This is how serious it is here. I don't want us to go far because I'm scared. The electric wires are in the water, and we are not too sure where we cannot pass. But this is the situation here. And my residents tell me this started around midnight. The level of water have risen, and it has caused these buildings to collapse. So these are
So yenya yehu the first and how amount for our more akansuo so you can see that baby. All right, amount for more akansuo so when baby a womo no ebi ehia tent ebi ehia shelter wotie eye enipa no a na akola esi kodo no so no osi anadwene enso no hia ase se ebuba. So just imagine say what da anadwo, you don't know what is happening. The ohun ya ni say enso ababa beto. And with the first video, that is why I'm telling you that look, various institutions, various companies eya ombetimi aye bibi ade we start ya che starting on the 15th of September, and we can all go back and go and check. Jomama ne kwa wantina na akufado aya na adwene say eso no so ko nko. But me person e won me ba wa ba ye ho adwuma. But me say me tro currently eniema omu ekom sesia through asio jamana adasege any other voter Northton especially yes Northton pa I hit one hard Northton Southton and I hit one hard pa heavy anyway. So Toja says interministerial committee government after their investigation there will be no punishment for those wrongdoers. How can this happen in this modern world? Okay, so Ben DK Jilo is here with us on Facebook now. The production crew know this is an electricity company, right? Yeah, one also in so na fano complete. Monyadio electricity company in so fa the whole company complete. And as of this morning, let me follow our more discussion. No, me say omoka say amoma shut it down. They are trying to give power to other places. Theophilus Global says very sad. So we have a president in our country, very sad. And Kojofi Agba says very careless, reckless government. Okay, so young one another incident. Janeta Kola say Mepe is down in the water. Yes, they are down in the water. They are gone. They are gone. It's so sad. And young one baby to say electricity company. Yeah, in so yiri af. Wow. Allez, j'ai vidéo. Salut. I was. Wow.
I was.
Wow.
Right, so this is a year backpack. And we share affected areas now. Baby, it's a North Town, South Town. Then we have Agbazu Media. Bare last 2 weeks. Now me wo before that incident we know. Area to say Agbazu me Tetekope click on those areas ni nyina no. Na floods ashas here hit one. You know there a normal rains, but offer a sojaman any those areas no a spillage no a buy no. You know, and I'm more enya sa problems no. But my point is say, enemitie Orua Kenzo, or say almost started spelling no 15th September. Be last 2 weeks, ena complaints esha say eba. Last weekend yana JM echo all right. JM was there last week because this weekend na so many okwa we have voter region. So you kofa adaklu. You see other villages at the core inside Echo Yard there. So yeah, where's now JM JM we in statement and Sunny it is a Kufa so corner. And then almost 130 still on Ruho. Ya Frebusa almost on Yan Ruho or say 3. So we are waiting. Now it's 3-5. We are just waiting. We'll be here at the basic. But young also another incident. Marcus.
So I'm currently in one of the residents. Look at how deep the water has come. It has come so deep that we cannot even walk and we need to use the canoe. You can see structures that have been immersed in water. So look at that structure. They have all been immersed in water. And the whole community, I mean, the whole community is taken over by water. So we're trying to go other communities to see what is happening. These residents are all evacuated here. We are trying to get everybody evacuated. So people's farms, and it is very big. You cannot want to. Yes. So this is the situation here at Akadrekuma. It happened because of the spillage of the dam, the Kosovo Dam. So some parts of the island have advised that it's not safe to be here any longer. And so we try to move all the community members from here. Yeah. So I'm currently in one of the residents. Look at how deep the water has come. It has come so deep that we cannot even walk and we need to use the canoe. You can see structures that have been immersed in water. So look at that structure. They have all been immersed in water. And the whole community, I mean, the whole community is taken over by water. So we're trying to go other communities to see what is happening. These residents are all evacuated here. We are trying to get everybody evacuated. So people's farms, and it is very big.
Enya de papa eso on my Ghana yetena wohwe and obi bia wotemenka wo mwa biara mo betimi akoboa wo mo yesre mo betimi akoboa wo mo. Let's do this. Let's do this for our own Ghanaian brothers and sisters. Omo ye Ghana for omo ye yenuanom. They are our blood. We can't allow them to suffer alone. We need to stand with them. We need to show care. We need to show love. We need to show that Ghanaian hospitality. We need to show them that yes, ye no mo na air stand ya copy me. They are our brothers. Inti ebesre mo medical catch mo that the station Accra FM and sanction BBA, so I can't do it out of my own, you know. But I wish the administration will put something together and see if they can gather near Makakra. At least, fan kwache omo. Ni titru ya entare ni aduane, entare aduane. Yes, Remo. Now, Mao Smith says the whole of Mepe is down. Parts of South and North Tongue is gone. It's very sad and disheartening. Koyab Coffee says Nadmo will give them uncooked rice so that they will cook it in the water. Okay, so Abna Honutse is here. So just says I'm going mad. Why Ghanaians have to suffer this way? All right, so there's another. But Enamika said Mitie VRA explanation noa. ORD 1 and 2 it doesn't make sense. But said ye crew no. The civil servants will just do things anyhow, negligently and go away. Omon found any asem, and that's it. They don't care. Whatever happens, they don't care. And it's so sad. Say Abanisa. That's it. Okay, so that's it. Enya dia obia ebe pese asem no eye na nika ntino obedi ehon komo. But saa de we senka o mind se Ghana punish obi e wo ho a at least ko be we na yeni akenzo oh flexi or CTFM ni ade kasa baba no kama. I mean as if say be BNC nothing. But that is the system we have. We have such system because say NDs in the Beba, say omo appointed NDs in equal VRA. Then their own people take positions. MPP bar the same thing. So asemsia yebe punishing ni panono. Na aye problem. In Titembiano, the civil servants no use politicians no they hide behind them and they fool and walk away. And this VRA management ni nyina no eni kwase mo bi atena ho but they are there. Look at somebody to say Addison, this foolish man, foolish boy sitting at a Bank of Ghana, but for so a friends a party ba or MPP ni ba. This guy has, I mean, no local so better a Bank of Ghana say yeah Bank of Ghana Ghana for there. We need such a dummy. But because of politics. So the civil servants, they have taken advantage of the political, because we have very stupid political leaders, and yehunu bisa bepemene ama na me no ka say the most stupid political leadership I've ever seen and Ghanaians have ever witnessed, and we will never witness it again in our lives. Kufuor and Bawumia leadership, very stupid people, very stupid. In this the accoso with VR, I don't think say Ghana for sure a more form hoodie. But as usual, they will set up a 3-man, 4-man committee, blah 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 blah. No. Judy Ansah says half of Mafe at Tekpo 2 is gone. Delake Godsway says Ghana, my country, very sad. Razak Weja says Ghana, so sad. Okay, so there are other messages coming in. Meaning more bushia for elsewhere those areas, Mubetimi any akasa. More bushia for those areas, Mubetimi any Eddie and Komo from that point. Now, Mukaila Al Hassan Okay, so Munkailu Al Hassan says good afternoon, Commander. Okay, good afternoon, Munkailu. Darling Boy Mujib says very disheartening. Darling Boy, so then there is another issue about health matters. Okay. All right. So Janetta Collins says shallow-minded and lacking practical common sense. Kwame Jamfi says, "Oh my Ghana penny, Commander." Victoria is here with us on your Facebook page. So I think we have serious issues to talk about. Richardson Ken says, "Good afternoon, Commander." Majoso Richardson. Now, one says, watching you live from Wenchi in the Bono region. Okay, Alasan, thank you. Say, Oshaye. All right, so, Mami Kwacho, another fourth video of what is going on. Muhammad Osmano Mijima. It's only God who will punish a MPP and their leadership. Mokai say, Sierra Leone. There was this disaster in Sierra Leone. And within a short period, Yere Akufo-Addo, I need more than 1 week. Yere Akufo-Addo went there and donated $1 million physical cash with food. Me pacha o screenshot Sierra Leone de noye fato sumame food and other things, food, medicine, and other stuffs. And all right, so Mamine Dr. Senanu Kwesi Jokoto, Regional Director of Health Service, Volta Region, in Nkomo. Doc, Akwaba.
Yo, Mimia, Major, so, me charity for you now.
Metie for Joe, so Boko, dear.
So, answer the better to Patch Maming correction to Huawei. I'm the acting Regional Director of Health Service. Now, the same Regional Director, Dr. Crisantos Kubio, and to me, a Deputy Director, Public Health.
Oh, okay.
So we are,
okay, Deputy Director.
My schedule is to supervise public health activities.
Okay, sorry. Public health, problem, right? Sir. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Doc, quick one. Whether because Volta region is your region. Apart from say, a Juma or civil servant, it's your region. It's your home region. Inti Mame Mao Yako. In times like this, no, the emotional trauma, no, ano dinkakra. So you join on, you share with your pain and your frustrations and everything. But then you busa say currently enamity various radio stations now omo dim komo. And I think I listened to one radio station. They were saying say even in Sono ebi kuko baby a one year cemetery. Baby, so there are septic tanks, toilet facilities, and a papai, consume health situation. No, say, and say, our Volta region, any other places are or my affected.
You know, me that's to say, one mammy, Aquina with a name, or my pungina in common, and to Messan Fawson, much here, a tea pungina. Now, Messan, that was say, why getting here home. Now, also to Anamoa. Beboa yina inti the GBC obieni the far women by ya Kosombo Dam spillage and the Bosumi Chimana or Mshasia. Now, so Bosumi way by Tosu Eduno and a Muyeria and Casa. Now, all her health situation media Volta region were 18 districts. Na meka say districts are account more maintain more account more pie yes the Tongu enclave, North Tongu, South Tongu, and Central Tongu. And the Anglo district, so account more kakra, but ye ka say enyen you na o he dipa dodo we no ama almost 3 omufi na and empindun 12,000. And account more just
hey, Doc me pacho 12,000 no a
12,000 displaced in 3 districts.
Just 3 districts.
According to our own rapid assessment as health service.
I see.
Yene ingina na age ma ene na before na kasa ye health facilities near the adewo so areas ningina.
Yeah.
Na ohwe yeso ye health workers account mo as say omo pebe bi atena so over 100 health workers nsuo na yi omo a omo nyoma ni ade nyame adom yetumi nye bebi ede ebidie na so ebidie omo ntumi an for omo nyoma ningina. Enti the edikan no the na hu hia se be yen se ye hwe se obi aho ye na insurance phobia nti no ye ne amanfo nyina nadmo assembly MP nyina ye se eduma no ape baby amo omatna na the health service no the na ye hwe ne se unze ye ngama pi ebe apomudin ba yes, essential health services. Obi nyuma yese no and yese no ENC nkran wey omoba so e bo mo panye se de be ya enyare wa bedre no enka nkolai enti sa nyama nyina so obuso yare ya yeso timba ya sabia na yese no na yare ne ko enti sa we nyina no se no omo a nsuo na yi omu nyina no yentumi hwe omo sa nti bia na efe ya ebetumi egru sankofo yi no sustenance of essential health service nti eno ye dagene ba ko a ye ho eduma na ye ka say so no Richard Novati Hospital also got copper me sure say we hu say amanfo bebre akọ omo Mlano, your former president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, so call her.
Yeah.
Assembly alcohol, MP alcohol, health service, yes, we alcohol. It's way yum. Intino, Sa Hospital Nanka, she amount for the bill, so that copper, no, say no, engagement. Now, a more trick cranka, said you, or more, Namiaji or Mokra, and I pet crab yamono. Nipa bako 300 bodies, you know. I say it is because na esa saying you abura honina no omukwan so no edeni ansa na we twem say okopa yare sabia the engagement health workers na up to 51 health workers in here in the whole engagement no say pressure no da hospitals so in the esa no so yehwe ne yepe baby Emma health workers now omo hospital ba for district hospital also back up omo to me aka amount for na to so bio so ba ni say ya the amount for baby ebe to me affect omo pom di nsem insuom benom ebe to me affect omo baby ombeda sabi bio say oko ekruba for your north song your friend myself up to 25% of the population so yomo na me call ho na no o hwe obi amafo abronsan amwesi ani na won nsuomu enye se ebia nsuo no wo nan ho se afro abronsan no
yeah
up to roofing level
yeah
na se eho nyina na ekọ enti no kra o ka se nsuo no sabio bebia amafo ko fikire no ebi e pet latrine so eka pet latrine amoti ase
yeah
ye okuma na different treating ebi so ho septic tanks ni ade even the boarding vehicles thing na nsuo yi omo I just say sa contaminant na say wanye mai na just said the amount for your man na thing na boyfriends na the jananka VRA ni natbo ne na ye ka say anka BBC amount for nkotena no kane no emi say na obi eni say nsuo no be cost for say same heaven na ma kotena no they say no nsuo no abeyi ehwe free ho is Akoye Island. The people came now alcohol. This offer boat now alcohol. Inti amount for ne na minsuomu answer about na boat no bet yet insuomu insuomu so ɛsan sɛ kanea ni hɔ ɛsan sɛ ɔmo ntumi ɛnoa anaasɛ ɔmo ntumi fɛ nsuo nsi gya so ansa na ɔmo anom no ɛkɔm de nsuo kɔm de amanfo a ɔmo tumi nom nsuo nsuo yi bi enti yɛhunu sɛ ɛba ne saa deɛ a amanfo ebetumi anya yadeɛ eyimuhwie yadeɛ no amanfo bebree betumi anya na deɛ nkae yesu kura ne sɛ amanfo benya cholera ɛsan sɛ in these conditions ɛna na cholera pɛ epie mu sesi aso so a mo nyinaa mo nim cholera
ebe edwi
noma nipa baako nya bebree na betumi anya na ɛno no ohwɛ nipa dodo egu hɔ ne deɛ ɛkɔ so na ɛgye sɛ ebia na nyame ma ne mba ne saa amanfo bebree betumi ahwere ɔmo nkwa enti as health service a yɛne amanfo foforɔ adwuma other organizations yɛ adwuma yɛbɔ mmɔden biara sɛ yɛbɛsi ano kwan enti VRA ɛde nsuo kɔ hɔ individuals de nsuo kɔ hɔ MPs de kɔ assembly de kɔ
but doc mami musa o wadaroma yeah doc na me busa sɛ wohwɛ so far aban a response ɛte sɛ ɛfa baabi a ɔmanfo do ɔmo tiri bɛto quick baabi a because sɛ ntom ɔmo da abɔnten tontom hyɛ aseɛ sɛ ɛwe wɔn a yɛno nso yareɛ foforɔ ɛne enuro medicine ne ade saa responses na ɛte sɛ
so as a health service no on say your procedures established that so the issue is here immediately as activation shot here as a health service no we do a public health emergency management committee and emergency operations center into young Kayana. Yes, we are starting the preparations. So some of our systems, service, automated. Say unimu ejuma dia, and yes, after by train, I'm will be a so. I bet I so you say. Into ya shot here, ya risk assessment.
Okay.
I risk assessment, and so yeah, that's all. Who start sharing your mouth here? It's a normal here no. Say a be any origin more and no say obwa ofre mwa enti asa na nyoma ne besa ya frɛ mwa mwa enam kwan so a eba enti dro no e bi ba ene ne o ka say VRA sign here presentation of meditations to the three districts cholera and dro a say people test kits say answer the don't so being a cholera say it's testing lab and man chrono that rapid diagnosis testing so you will be you mobilize the akahu na the bisa or why surveillance surveillance and say disease surveillance oh shit say nyarwani di episode mu omuti a so hunu ntem a utumi esi ahokwan say and spread the brain. If you are not so alert, I say, I'm training, I say, I'm for no. You see the dinner, community based surveillance volunteer, self facility surveillance focal persons. Omunano, Omuya alert. Now, Enko Siwa, you are not I am more capacity building the coming days. The support is coming. So, from where I sit, I can speak about the health response. Now, nobody also is a non-duble as a foyer. And nobody also is environmental health as a foyer. Environmental health means not more. Assembly, as almost okay. Mobile toilets, as a do in share as I'm for in now, Benuma, a big sea, I deal with one kind of so. I say, almost na a coho. The coho Friday, Friday, Saturday, not military or more. I just say more boats, boats, no life jackets, near the more boa amount for more fence, almost 30 up and supply of mosquito net, Veronica buckets amount for the from one Sunday, San Yomanino. Or more said, I said, yeah, more edwuma no na medim sɛ ɛbɛka bi a ɛyɛ sɛ ɔmo yɛ nti yɛhwɛ nim sɛ yɛn nyinaa no yɛbɛyɛ edwuma yie sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a obiara nhwere ne nkwa ɛwɔ atwerɛyɛntɛm kɛseɛ wei a ato Framantam.
Oh, okay. But Doc, answer na bekono so far muni any records bia se bia obia yira yehuno ene saa ne manema no munyanya any report bia sa right?
But yenya report biara sa.
Okay.
Yenya report said you bia nipa ba ko bi efi ba ye di ekire investigation no rumors ba sa na yen eduma ne say immediately no say ye investigate ye di ekire de bi amosin pakron de koye ye koye no ye mukaye no ye hu bibia sara nti mi gina he ya me monitor health situation no trade district no de no tumi aka say obia enhwere no npa obia enyira ya information abedru ye hosa.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. The baby sa omo amabo nyina no ye bo mabaso. Na ye say bisa say wa wo hwe say obetumi aboa no bla bedo boa nyina ye Ghana fo. Ba ni say no ahemfo. Obi eni abre assemblies, obi eni abre members of parliament, obi eni abre okoso gakofa da krom we say MP Honorable Yomi on DC Honorable Seth Agi Omina Omunam Benkra Omobwa Amanfo Atreyenchen we are two said the Abeya Obianya Bianshre and Quint Yinano Embom na Yanshe na Obia Apo Mobin Engina a whole year PT.
Dog, Accra FM Citizen Show, ya dasi bebre.
Miso Madam Martin, the bomber basso, Munkoso, Namuneduma.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so a tester here on our Facebook page said, and let me remind you, Dr. Senanukwesi Jokoto, Honorary Deputy Director, Public Health, Voter Region Health Services Office. Now, Delake Godswill Logic says, Commander, I'm very sad and can't stop crying. I just completed my 3-bedroom this year. And I started this project about 4 years ago, including 4 acres of maize farmland. As I'm talking to you right now, everything is gone. And this one is coming from a victim on our Facebook page, Dela K. Godswill Logic. Dela, sorry. All right, so Confucius Bajina, a community leader, Central Ton Confucius Bejina. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for having me.
How are you, madam?
Well, I can't say I'm fine, but we are managing. I mean, after we have been
okay, so quick one. Where is your location right now?
I'm currently on Bakpa Abadue, the island that got submerged. Like, I'm on the island with Kenu currently. And the scene here is very horrible. Like,
is that where you live?
Yes, that's where I live. But we have evacuated to a different community. But as a leader, I wanted to come back to see the state of affairs. And right now, I feel so sad that a lot of our structures have literally gone down. I mean, over 40 structures have collapsed, and the whole community is taken by water.
So how many people evacuated so far?
So far, we've evacuated 1,200 people.
Wow.
The irony of the thing is that we have sacrificed a lot to give electricity to this country. I mean, those of us living by the lakeside, we have sacrificed a lot. And now we are paying back for the sacrifices we made. Again, it's really unfortunate that...
What are you trying to communicate with what you just said?
Say that again.
What are you trying to communicate? You just said that you have sacrificed a lot. What is the meaning?
Yes, so many years back, before this dam was constructed, our people, our grandfathers have to sacrifice their farmlands, their lands, and water to over everything so that the country can have electricity. now the country is having electricity, and we are still paying back for the sacrifices we did. I mean, as we speak, over 1,200 people have to purge with friends and families. As of now, we have not received resettlement plan. I mean, so we are just lodging with people around. Access to medical health is becoming a challenge. So you can imagine what we are going through.
But one may say that this is something that happens annually. It has become a ritual. So obviously, the people living within those enclaves were aware. And I've heard the VRA leadership saying that they gave you guys notice to evacuate, to leave, but you refuse to heed to their warnings.
You know, at this point, there is no reason to fight with VRA. I wouldn't want us to go into that, but how we can solve the menace we are having now. Yes, VRA gave the notice that they were going to open it, but they should be able to tell us that the quantum of water we are going to release is going to take over this land up to this level. So if you are not able to tell people like that, and you just tell the people that you are going to open the water, I mean, how do I know me that I'm 100 meters away from the river is going to affect me? How do I know me that I am 200 meters? But here, like the case, people are as far as 500 meters. So it's okay. We don't have problem with them opening the dam. But now that they have opened the dam, VRA told us to evacuate, in our case, from the island. And they have not provided boats. They have not provided life jackets.
Wow.
How do you expect 1,200 people to evacuate, to cross a river that is flowing, to cross it with families, with goods, with luggages, and we don't provide all those safety measures? But far away from that, as a community, we are able to do that. Now we are faced with challenges of welfare. How we are going to survive.
Tell us how you are able to do this by evacuating 1,200 people without the support of the government. How are you able to do this?
It took us almost 3 days for us to cross all those people. We used canoes of our own. I myself was in the boat driving people from the island to the nearby community, and we're doing that on our own by the help of the chiefs and then some opinion leaders. In fact, none more came around, but we were expecting that you provide the necessary things we need to evacuate. Imagine if some of us had not taken it in our hands to support people. A lot of people would have been dead.
So meaning obviously most of the people you evacuated were not wearing life jackets, if I'm right.
I can tell you not a single person, because it was not available. And VRA and NADMO has also not provided us in some safety boats for us that, oh, you people, because you're going to evacuate, or they bring a technical person to stay with us throughout the evacuation process. That, no, this canoe you are taking is too small, do this. Nobody was there to do that. They came within 1 hour, they just went around and they gone. But we have moved past that. Now we have evacuated our people. NADMO came in, they brought some relief items, some bag of rice, some buckets and the rest. But certainly, you know, that cannot be enough for 1,200 people that have been evacuated. And so we are trying as a community, as a people, to support ourselves. And I don't know how far we can survive again.
So which means there was a communication between your leadership and the community that you evacuated the people.
Yes. And
what was their response? How are they receiving you guys?
They were very cooperative. I mean, it's not that they were cooperative, because the water actually came into the community at night. So imagine if they were not cooperative, we would have lost life. But they were very... See, people got out of their rooms, and within 30 minutes, the room collapsed.
Wow.
So they were very cooperative. They listened to us, they listened to our chiefs, and we were able to mobilize everybody from their rooms first. Before we looked for outboard motors, people used canoe paddles, and we tried conveying them for 3 good days.
Now, what is the current situation of those?
The current situation is that everybody is safe. Nobody is dead.
But I'm talking about food, medicine, clothes, because obviously you guys will lose some of your staffs, like clothes and other things. So how are they managing?
Remember, we don't have an option. As we speak now, we are dying it. We need food items, we need clothes, we need mattresses, and then healthcare, because 1,002 people add a whole community coming to another community. Sanitation issue is not a problem. We don't have toilet facilities, mattresses for people to sleep on, food items, because people's jobs have been lost. We are farmers. Our farms have been taken over by the water. And how else are we going to get food to eat? And so we are still battling with that. Community leaders. NADMO came in, they bought some items, but mostly, 5 kilograms of rice would have been prepared by a family within 2 days. So we are still hungry.
But I want to understand something. Is this the first time you guys are encountering such situation?
It happened in 1963.
19 what?
63. It
63.
has been a very long time.
Oh, okay.
So, but the magnitude was not this way. And so we are thinking, is it that they have accumulated more and then they released, or what? Because it happened in 1963 and it didn't take even half of the island.
Okay, so you want to tell us that after the 1963 incident, you guys have never experienced something like this?
Oh, no. We have not.
But I learned that this spilling exercise by the VRA is an annual thing. They do it annually, right?
Yes, so it is done annually, and it doesn't affect us because you only see that the water level has increased a bit, and that's all. But this time, it has actually entered the community. It has. If you go to Sodakota, the Gridco powerhouse is in water. Komboni Senior High School is in water. They have to close down the school. So it hasn't happened this way before. Even though VRA used to open the dam, it has not had effect this way as it happened since 1963.
I'm even short of words anyway. But so what is the way forward now? What are you guys doing? I know you have been talking to the NADMO. I've heard that the president is going to visit other locations. I don't know that of where you are, but what is the way forward? Virginia, hello. Okay, I'm saying losing a kakra, but situation no, a little bit sad, Minim enyema de koma omo de minim, but o se emu kakra bi ene empa kakra omo mattress kakra bi a omo de omo ti ebeto so. It's so sad. Many workers say, yes, we are dealing with this disaster, but I've heard about so kind for also. Okay, so Virginia is back now. Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so quick one. What is the way forward? What are you guys expecting from the government? What are you expecting from NADMO?
Yes, we are expecting a couple of short-term measures. One is settlement. The arrangement so that our people can sleep comfortably. We'll be talking about that. Then we need foodstuffs. Now, the people here are farmers. And so I'm expecting a mixture of a great quick supplies for the people so that they can start livelihood activities. We are quoting about students on that. And as we speak, those students are not going to school. And
so which means, but which means you guys don't even know when you are returning to your land, right?
Oh, no.
Right?
I'm on the now in the work level.
You say?
I am not I'm on island now, and the water level, even from mother, I don't think 2 or 3 months time it can even come. So the stakeholders would ask either we are or we are not. But up now, students are going to come get a smart of something for us. I'm so glad. We have toilet facilities. We need health supplies. We have to survive. Oh, mother, we need to eat.
But then again, is your host town ready to give you guys lands to farm on it for the meantime?
Yes, it's a traditional area with different communities. So that is just one Bakwa community to another Bakwa community. So the area. So they are left. If the government can provide farm food for farmers, quickly start something. I'm sure 2 or 3 months time.
Anyway, your line keeps on breaking, but I think the information you have given to us is enough. Accept our sympathies from Class Media Group Accra FM. We are very sorry, and I promise you that we stand with you guys any day, anytime. We are with you guys.
We thank you. Please, I want to use your medium to know their names. Let's stand by our people. We need food items, we need relief items. Those who can come to our aid should come out and help us, because it's of not our fault that this happened. We actually suffered some years to be able to give light to the country Ghana. And after so many years, our sacrifice is paying us back again the negative. There's only good that people come to us.
All right.
We don't feel medicated.
We are grateful for speaking to you. Thank you so much. Yeniaba Bejina, community leader was Central Ton. But Mamine, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Black MP for North Ton and ranking member on Foreign Affairs Committee, encoding Komo. Honorable Kwaba.
Yo, many major so the Boko.
Nyamia Dum, ya had the Boko, but oh dear. Yebusa se boko enye because yenimsem when ya break akra, and you know voter region is my second home. My first home mpo, and yenyina ye ma yakọ ye ma busuafo nyina yakọ. Honorable, the current situation was North Ton say.
Yo medase my men damwase men da cry was men da chief was na although since this man-made disaster, on behalf of the chiefs and people of North Ton, we are eternally grateful. The current situation, Minia, I wish not to me, I can say, situation no, I improve in Siono, I recede. Now, so that is not the report. Over North Ton is here. The situation is totally out of control. More communities have been affected. Communities do wanna, as I say, evacuate. And run, as you say, now, they were Fujoku, evacuate affected communities, or more, Klamada Boy, Alabonu. As I say, evacuate your money na eba Fujoku. Omo Dofo Agovama, Dofo Adidome, almost as I say, evacuate your money na and Dranajo. And the situation no worse. More communities have been affected. Say camps na shelter and safe havens na established no. You started with about 4. Now, so will you believe, as I say, it drew 19.
Whoa.
19 camps established. And you can just imagine. It should tell you, sir, the situation is really getting out of control. Now, many occasions say, Ubaha, in Sioniha, Ghana Water Company, actually, in you need electricity, so electricity no here because ECG4 I explain it say disconnected light now ability to mass electrocution. Say substations and poles do akoshe insuo nemu. Enti sheye na say disconnect here and the electricity out of the wires na the disaster for Abba. Enti yene omo atia say it's better to be safe than to be sorry. Enti omo disconnect power to many parts of the constituency. Meneo Kasasi say in Siono arise to levels are yen since maybe the MP, since my baha as a baby, my grandmother time of war life, yen baby sada. I mean, this is unprecedented. Matisse ebi ewa cry say, oh, but say spillage where every year they are yet
and kai what and come baby busa no
when the ordinary spillage it happens every year. The ACC say no a year unprecedented.
And honorable, what happened a year dia?
Yo a year VRA and Water River Authority also omo manage Akosombo Dam and Bond Dam. And yet ho and a statement or more issue on the 12th of September. Say omo beye controlled spilling. That is a statement. Google at for Google on the home statement. Say controlled spilling. And we should be on the alert. That's all. Meaning control spilling and no na edi asem we nyina aba. Enti a say disaster we no enye natural disaster enye say oh insio na to ana say hurricane bi ana tsunami bi ana esi eye VRA engineers or more explain say water levels no awa Akosombo and Akpon drew baby a omo anspele omo and discharge and now omo anyi insioni bi and free dam the more dam no best say and it will lead to a bigger disaster. But the question, the fundamental question yenyina ye bisa has a VRA for omo kwana na omo nim say spillage way omo ba be ye no enye asem kitwa enye the usual ordinary spilling a few levels of water, but we know a massive, a historic. And we were expecting say and come engage. Will you believe say as a member of parliament for this area the most affected constituency as I speak to you before and now during VRA for Omo Frame, they have not engaged us.
Wow.
In the same way, Omo engage key stakeholders. And they took us by surprise. In China, the devastation has been so massive. I mean, do you think, sir, Ankayenim says, sir, in show where Omo baby reduce the levels at Akosombo and Pom? Ankayenima, Anka Ujin say, your betina has ama your properties in your say. I mean, who in his right senses will do that? I mean, they say people's life investment or more life savings, they all they have. I mean, look, there are many families. I mean, look, this we are estimating say over 10,000 people have been affected directly.
Wow.
And Dudwana omo to me even one pin common to me because they were running for their dear life. And pressure na insuno hedepano. Meaning a win Jonia. Because a bubu walls, a bubu are dying. Look, the number of houses are losing, hundreds of houses.
So honorable, I minim nimdianya media amount. When you read statements, minim say we would go beyond even the statement. With a statement VR4 issue, who say na omunim the magnitude, the power, yes, sooner day ba na say na omunim say the normal annual rituals normal yenuan, so man taking your more serious. Which is which?
What kind of statement not carefully? I believe sir na omunim. But with all of this, internal, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt until say I see strong evidence. Internal, in any other jurisdiction, and by now, there will be a national inquiry. Omunyana omo VRA for omo VRA, the CEO all the way to the engineers, they will be answering questions. I mean, elsewhere, when disasters of this nature, self-induced, man-made, when they occur, people are made to answer serious questions. They appear before. And you see, the advantage of an inquiry is not just to expose and punish people, but it's also to lead to reforms so that Ochinano, Yanko repeated the same thing and even cause more havoc. It is not about witch hunting. It's about learning lessons, reforming, and building strong institutions. I will want to see a probe into this whole matter. So far, Metie VRA for, and they are engaging a lot of blame game. I'm also say a Ghana Meteorological Agency na who say this year very strongly and they were taken by surprise. Because you see, if between the VRA and the Ghana Meteorological Agency, if they had planned properly and they had done their work well now, Anka, they could have started this spillage ABR from May, June, July, into Nkakra. Anka disaster we ANC. But omo chanya last minute. And now omo I mean they just let it gush out, let the water gush out. And I mean omo biekuye sosa without looking at the impact, the cost to life and property. And clearly, no, people haven't done their work well. And you see, it's so unfair. Already, no, Minia, Yabeka no Krepa, these are communities who gave out their land. Minanam mo, ena, omo Oka Kwame Nkrumah address when he was commissioner of Akosombo Dam in 1965. Or the Voltarians for us, and all of those who gave up their land for Akosombo Dam, so that you better electricity. And also the vision of Akosombo, it goes even beyond Ghana. Kwame Nkrumah's vision was for it to power the whole of Africa, particularly West Africa. Up to this point, countries like Togo, Benin, Omunyana, they benefit from Akosombo. When Akosombo was commissioned, you had representatives from all of these countries excited, said they will benefit from this. Into such a major sacrifice. As I say, I can contribute to me at home, Sika, and I say, business, some some farm or what have you. Many cases say a lot of them have not been compensated. VRA for one case, they admit said many families have not yet been compensated, and they have even fund a committee that is still looking at those matters. If people have sacrificed this much to give all of us a national asset, up to now, Akosombo and Akpong, and it is my people, Bakpons who are my people in Fujoku, Togoma. They had to be relocated.
Yeah, I walk because of Bridge FM into the Minimsa and Clive Numina.
Exactly. I made the power. So you know the terrain. Yeah. They had to give up their land. And donate as I say, meaning electricity, we pay like everybody. And some country, some other jurisdiction, because say, because of sacrifices, Mubenya electricity no craft free, Montia light bill, insure Mubenya insure free. And I say, at least even will connect you. Will you believe that some of the communities still don't even have electricity? Some don't have Yes. I mean, and you mean I'm MP in the lobby and the President Mahama Bresso, and we got some good coverage. But we still don't have 100%. Will you believe it? These are enormous sacrifices our people have made. They don't even have full compensation as I speak to you. And the least you can do, show them some respect. Value their lives. You are coming to do such a major spillage. Unprecedented, a historic one. And all you do is just open your valves. No serious engagement, no community sensitization. Won't fret the MPs of the area. I've been talking to my colleagues. All the MPs. We're not caught. As we speak, we haven't even been engaged. I think our MPs, yes, we are going to demand an emergency meeting from the VRA management. I mean, where do you see this kind of... Is this leadership? Where do you see this? Why do you treat people as if omunye nipa? And I say, omunye Ghana for. Meanwhile, look at the contribution. But for these people, but for my people, where will even the VRA itself be? Mm-hmm. Where will all these people occupying top positions be? Look, we are building a nation. Obia air contributing. Obia hunya or minor. Let us not do these things that will just needlessly annoy people and agitate, people. Look, as I go around, why do people disrespect us like this? Are we not human beings? In our own country. Look, what has happened now? I insist that VRA must be made to take the blame. They must pay full compensation. We are not going to take it lying down. All the houses they have destroyed, people's properties, people's businesses. Look, a young man, Andrew Mikor Fujuku, he showed me his fish pond, now over 20,000 fingerlings. Oh. This only business. I say, how do I pay my school fees?
20,000 is huge,
20,000 fingerlings, yes.
Very huge.
And he said that, look, everything I have, I even sold my land to invest in this business. If they had told him, say, there's going to be spillage on this scale, he will have moved, say, fish pond there, you can move it. You can move it to a higher ground or to some other location. It's not like Obia, Abia, a phobia onto me in movie land, no? So he just has to count his losses. But he could have relocated. There's so many people, so many businesses. Now look at what is going on. We will insist that there has to be compensation. If VRA does not show that they are going to compensate, what we will do is say, court, we'll bring a class action. Because look, enough is enough. We are not going to allow some people to just violate the rights of Ghanaians. Now,
Honorable Pacho, government
just had good intentions. They donated their land, so that we can all have electricity, we can industrialize, and we can create jobs, and we can all be happy in our country. And then you just treat the people with utter contempt. I think.
Honorable, government response, NADMO response, to say munyam wakakra.
You may share NADMO boss in the field. And it was clear they are quite overwhelmed. And we are still waiting for them. Initial donation it was just rice and oil, which we thank them for, but clearly adequate. It is not enough. At the presidential level, no, to be honest with you, my name in call for the way our President Akufo-Addo will handle this matter. It's very appalling. We are not happy at all.
Why?
Other incidents, not even close to this scale of disaster, even in other countries. Obe issue state now. Nankasa. Mekai one in France. Sorry, Biana airship. Nobody lost their properties and all of that. Collection cry was not affected. But he issued a statement. Is it because that is France and adding? I mean, you don't get it. Into such a major humanitarian crisis in your own country. At that same time, now he was commenting about Israel. So or supporting Israel or Israel. How about the people? And you see, many people talk as though this crisis is not one region. And I say, clearly they don't know Ghana. A lot of people sending messages, contributing on radio. the Volta River goes beyond the Volta region. Mineo Kasasi say Minia, Esojamanfo in the eastern region have been affected. Adanfo in the Greater Accra region have been affected. I was just watching videos from Adan Paramount Chief. Adan, their main chief, his place is the palace is flooded. That's in the Greater Accra region. It's not just North Town, Central Town, South Town, Keta, Anglon, and K2 South. Anopawe, many text messages from Nkofua Omowo Ashanti region, the Sechura
front place, yeah, what you know?
Affect you also.
Yeah.
And Dr. Kwabena Donko.
Yeah.
Was friendly and they say, Poo in the Bono area is also affected. It is Volta River. It's about 500 miles. You know, this is not just maybe a one constituency. Me and a North Town for Namumpe or Mwasama. Think about it. This is a national disaster, and I'm surprised. The president was standing by Israel and not standing by his own people. You know who he has, you know, first responsibility to. Yes, you can stand by whoever, Israel, France. We know that you like that international image, no problem. But how about your own people? Doesn't charity begin at home? Shouldn't you be seen standing with your own people? Imagine, say, if the president had issued a solidarity message. Imagine what he would have done. Anka Obia. Imagine what such a message would do. NADMO 4 will sit up. VRA 4 will sit up. All this lackadaisical attitude. Obia, even corporate Ghana, people will rally. But when about the year to say, oh, ABR, some people will think, because unless you come here now, you see the media report. Ubejin say, oh, ABR is not a serious matter.
Yeah.
But and they are say, also Obebaha, and once again, the things they do, also but North Town, the MP's office has not been formally informed. But well, we've heard it in the radio, from the radio, say, Obebaha, and yeah, say, Jehovah, yeah, relief support. In the next few minutes, I'll launch what I'm calling the MP's mobile relief caravan. Nyamiadom Yatumi mobilize a lot of rice, maize, sugar, mosquito nets, blankets, cooking oil, mackerel, canned fish, and sanitary pads, all kinds of key essentials, including medicine in drawer, because particularly senior citizens or more journal, a lot of them left their medications behind. And the list, the kind of medications they were taking. And you taught about 4 o'clock, and you better launch this relief caravan.
Wow. God bless you.
You mobilize the pickups. All the 19 camps across the constituency.
But I hope so. Only colleague MPs so more share notes, more share information as to how mobet me. Because never be wa ubenya na o colleague no nyanya bi. Ebi a wono so benya na nyanya bi so that mobet me share.
Exactly. And even Ochinakra mini Ghana Medical Association for Akasa year outreach, because the next thing, as I say, you're watching out for a potential public health crisis. When you say in Siono arise, minia in Siono ako all kinds of corners. And say
it's sad.
Cemeteries, mortuaries, refuse dumps, public toilets, sewage systems, and in Siono. But for this crisis, no, in Siono and Kofu no, in Siono or Modini Diane, they buffing it and all of that. But now it is contaminated. Into Yanshia, Nasa Yam provided, particularly as Ghana water or much in Siomono. if we are not careful and people are forced to just depend on this for survival, it will lead to cholera, it will lead to typhoid. All kinds of communicable diseases will be on the loose. And disease there, share COVID, where it started from China, the whole world, was affected. You may think that, water region is far away, but one share, if we don't manage these things well, and we have an epidemic, nobody knows how far it will go in our country. In many medical associations for Akasa, and they've been very generous, or more donated medications, and or more doctors, almost 6 doctors will be arriving, and my accommodation arrangement, they will be with us going through the various camps to screen the people, do public education, make sure that our people are in good shape. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to the Ghana Health Service and the Ministry of Health. So this should not be seen as just an isolated issue, because if there's a cholera outbreak, a typhoid outbreak, we all know the dangers, the epidemiological, threats are, it will just balloon out of proportion, and the whole country will be affected. I would like to see some interventions in that regard.
Okay.
To me, as me, this threat, but we are doing our best. And,
great. But
have been really helpful. More and more media organizations, the way are more launching campaigns and all of that, because and frame also will show they are following the broadcast, and a number of churches, Catholic Church are fresh Omoba, the Church of Latter-day Saints almost are fresh Omoba, Ghana Tankers Association almost a few minutes ago say Ochina boy Levina almost beba abe donation inte me pese me da omunyina ase even if we are not seeing leadership at the top, at least amongst the people, the people have not lost their humanity.
Now finally, Honorable, Obi Busa said, Omo voter ID cards is because now you have about over 10,000 affected victims, and Ubu Owana can went me and for pin. Obviously, Omo lose Omo voter ID cards. What happened?
That is a reality. That's a reality. Voter ID card has been lost. National ID card. So, once we are going around writing the list of items that people have lost, and I can confirm, virtually all of them are indicating, they have lost their voter ID card and their national ID card. It be a lose your certificates, or degrees, and all of that. It's just devastating. But I think, at this point, the priority is keeping them alive, keeping body and soul together, making sure some medications.
All right.
When we go past this phase, we will have to appeal to the various institutions, Electoral Commission, National Identification Authority. They need to take all these affected constituencies as a special case. Na omo assign a card no fufro for our constituents. It's a matter we will take up. I will speak to this very boldly in Parliament, because you're very disenfranchising for, and people will not also have access to all kinds of public services, particularly or more Lucy or more Ghana card. That certainly is a major issue. But once assembly one go come here, now Omaka say, okuja to a black one, Nikofu wu omuni ediane. Now so or Jane or no one vote how he can be re-elected in 2024. It's a delicate matter. I mean, time and count this issue, because you can mischief makers can just take you out of context and say in Kofu or no dear
or Jane about
vote how he can be re-elected. list. No, we are making sure, sir, we are collecting the data into all those who are losing their properties generally, including all these national IDs. No, we are taking the records until later on, when we make sure, sir, people have relief, or mundro, or more blankets, they are at a safe place, they've been resettled. No, then we shall raise these matters. But yes, you are right, sir. It is an issue that must be of concern to the country.
Okay, Honorable, area that's a cry from dance.
Mr. Medasi.
Na ye ka say we dey ye ma ye nyina ye ho yakọ. Ye ma ye ho nyina ye ho yakọ. Ye that's pa. All right. Okay. All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show, and my for apologies ma Mr. Samuel Agri, General Secretary of the Food Beverage Association of Ghana. My main for apologies, Emmanuel. Then to Honorable Techiado, Head of Communications for Aboso Kinds Papers Dealers Association Ghana. I'm very sorry. I'm say yenina adiato yeni. It's so sad, very sad. And Saturday nanajo na me drive it through Dabala. Me adidome back to Dabala. Agbozume and Ajonome Saiba back from there. I drove all the way back down to Sugakope in the night, and it's a very sad situation. And yet, you know, that enclave no more. And baby, almost every weekend I'm there. It's like my second home. Volta region is like I used me fee anytime. So kwana no bebre owa. Me ni mwebi okra me driver na de sana ma bra dua bi ase wonua bi ase wo na eja akra tena se kakra na
akusha mpanifu
onu mpanifu akasa kakra na asana yasa am ye homene so ato aso. So it's so sad. I'm so sad. And to where the monfan cheme pa other issues no ye but Ghana from Mutie, there are other pressing issues. So you know, so a disaster. Just imagine one day we'll wake up and Aboso can say, look, enough is enough. We are done with a Gedi. Where do we go from here? Beverage companies, where do we go from here? And one must say, Rezi, me here education. Uncle Agri, Uncle Akwaba.
Thank you.
Mpacho boko there. And you were Techi Akwaba.
Commander.
Good. But Uncle, Mami Mbusao, anyway, quick one. Taxes on beverages, no. Say it started first May.
It started first May. Policy in Bayern. The implementation started, I think, somewhere in March. And somewhere along the line in September. Musankoka said. On Bessan implemented, so there was so much confusion all over. Now, communication by now.
Yeah,
it was as if implementation hasn't been done, and they were going to do it in 1st September. You know, Omuka says 1st September. No, obviously. Making such statements, and everybody would then have to also react towards it.
Almost 1st September.
1st September.
What?
Say, on may implement the excise duty. Then you ask yourself, then what has been implemented earlier? So,
Mpacho Nyabotre. You have normally 20% excise duty by. That's on beverages.
Yeah.
And yes, sir.
Yeah.
And on Mobile say. On be implementing it in May, right?
Yeah.
May.
Yeah.
But I hear Sawoka's implementation is starting in March.
In March. That was when the policy, directives nearby as to how we should go.
Okay. So from that time, whether March, whether May, whether March, almost start implementation, which you guys and you say you are okay, but we need the
you have to go ahead
and no more catch them say 1st May, 1st September. Yeah, you almost I implement it.
Until then, the confusion was Nyamo implemented earlier.
Any issue statement?
Jerry.
How many issue that be?
Only issue in August, I think 20, either 15.
Can we get a copy?
My phone is off. I won't charge you.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay.
Now, I also issued a statement say whatever you implement and bring on board, the consumers are the one going to suffer, because obviously, you cannot bring in a policy that seeks to raise revenue, and then the people will then sit and watch.
Yeah,
definitely, the manufacturers, the importers will then have to pass it on to the consumer. And when you make certain statements now, you have to be very careful. And any your friends saying tax policy we need to be very careful, because the culture government since 2022 say what you are bringing on board will create a whole lot of problems, especially when they said they were doing a total withdrawal of the benchmark value. So we told him in that that was in May last year 2020.
Last year May, yeah.
And omuma partial withdrawal, no. So 30% was gone. Then they said in December they were going to do full recovery. And we said, look, when this thing takes off, what is going to happen is that imports will be curtailed. It's not because you are curtailing import to ensure, say, our
local industry,
local industries, will survive, and then also your friends saying, and yes, to survive, for them to also break through the market. Now, you look at the CD against the dollar so that it could be maintained. I just said, no. The issue that industries are contending with is not the import. It's the cost of borrowing, the electricity that you are putting on the fence industry as a premium levy or some tariffs, then water, and then the taxes that you are bringing on board. It's, if we need to do anything positive for the industry, we should look at the cost of borrowing. These things that I've mentioned, say to me, industry who be here, then the import, when it has to remain where it is, air values now, then you let it be. But you went ahead and said 100% recovery. The benchmark, what it seeks to do, is that when you bring in something that is $1, the government takes it $1 and sell it back to you at $2. That is all the interpretation I can give on the benchmark.
And say no, new now moka say status 1st September and I started
1st September. No, the implementation was done earlier. Now, the confusion that came, excisable products, soda, the water, this and money were enforced. Now, when it comes to the
food, a man a course.
Okay. Into enforcement in the things like fruit juices. Muka said the baby on board. No. Now we are still at a stalemate whether they are going to enforce the fruit juices being affixed with stamps or not, to show say they've really paid their taxes.
Okay.
The taxes has been paid, but what gives you the evidence? I've been paid. I've paid my taxes, and therefore I need to show. Government will say, fine, Nigeria, then affix this stamp or do this or do that. But you see, things like fruit juices, the way they are packed, if we are not careful, either you incur more losses and you government you pay, or the one who imported the product will have to pay. And who is going to do that? I'm not going to accommodate what you have caused, the disaster that you caused to my products. You expect me to pay. They will pay, and I've warned them. If you go ahead and do the affixing of the stamp, the people have paid as you want it to be done. But if you still want to go ahead and affix any form of stamp, the breaking of the curtains, putting them back and affixing those stamps and all that, even the conveyor belt that these things will have to be unloaded before they are offloaded, it's a whole lot of cumbersome process, which you cannot. And the warning we are giving is that, look, with these produces and other things that you are saying, they are going to affix the stamps and all that. Take it off. Now, the excise duty that they are paying at 20%, I'm telling you, it has created a lot of problems.
I see.
Local production.
Yeah.
Or more, that you have raised the values. Now, the cost itself is also showing in the cost implications now. And we are saying, look, if it comes to that area now, reconsider what you have done. Not because they say people are producing sodas that are harming the human body, and therefore we need to impose taxes on them. And the question is, when you impose a tax, would that sickness or whatever that you are anticipating go off? It doesn't. It will be there. And that sickness, whatever tax that you take, cannot even go to solve that problem. So the question is, we find a way as to how we can reduce certain things in the production of our setup, beverages. Then you engage the stakeholders, the manufacturers themselves, and then you sit down and look at ABCD that they can do. If you think the sugar level is very high, at what percentage can we do? So that when we are producing the beverages at this percentage, whatever you put in there comes with a value. So which one do you want to go for? The higher value or the lower value?
Metesel and not pay one of the radio stations now, or say, more companies need to be afford the app.
Okay.
Is that true?
It's not folding up, but then they've laid off workers.
I see.
And if it continues like this, then obviously, as we are moving forward, if you do the calculations and you realize that you are going off the track, the best thing to do is to continue laying off workers until such a time.
So more figure as to within more industry, any padodo more lay or more off.
If I tell you so far, around the friends saying the whole setup now, we're going to around 300 workers that has been laid off. Some of them even, let me say, it's going within the thousands. Within the thousands, because it's not only one company that has one or the other, one way or the other, has laid off staff.
Obviously, we say as a calipo akosro. Calipo buakosro.
Calipo in the market is selling at 6 cities, 4 cities, 5 cities, and 6 cities. When we call warehouses now, ubenyano, and as a retail land, no, ubenyan 5 cities, 50 pesos, and 6 cities. And then the retail ranges between 4 cities, 80 pesos, and all that.
I see.
You see, but we in your politics, when the president was using the calipo to make that, your friend saying, campaign or it was 1 city, 20 pesos at that time.
1 city, 20
1
pesos.
city, 20 pesos.
And now we are buying it 5, 6 cities.
5 cities, 80 pesos. And when it happens like that, almost volume of production.
So percentage say over 300%.
It's almost about about 63, almost 400%.
Yeah. Add up.
Yeah.
From 120, 1 city 20 pesos to 6 cities.
6 cities.
Wow.
So that tells you the effect in our industry. No.
500%.
And your friend is saying, manufacturer and there was a time that they were complaining. You see, the very moment people cannot afford, your volume of production also goes down. And maybe someone say, am I still going to be in business in the next 5 years or the next 4 years? What is going to happen if we don't change certain things to make sure people can really afford what they are producing? People can afford those things, and therefore they will continue producing. But if the prices are going up and the materials are becoming so expensive for them to buy to produce, then obviously what will happen is either what you have produced anticipating that consumers will patronize, and if it doesn't happen, then your stock will then have to go to the waste bin. So then at your own cost, government will not give you any compensation. And the mix of production, consumer perception, consumer demands, and this money has become a burden onto manufacturers.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
There are people that go in there to buy fruit juices or in smaller parks and for their children to go to school. Anopa, sorry, yeah. Nibano. The breakfast and crown will cost him almost about 10 cedis.
Yes.
And so Kwakoto, the friends saying, biscuits. The biscuit that we used to buy at 50 cedis, 50 pesos. Now we are buying at 2 cedis.
Hey, crackers.
The minimum, 2 cedis.
No, it's more than that.
That's the minimum.
That's the minimum. Okay, minimum.
Yeah, the minimum. Because we have variants, baby, or no more. Costing you different.
Come here, Utobi biscuit. Utobi, what are we not talking about?
So, you look at this one and buying the pack of juice, no, and our bottle drinks now, and also we better on bear 5 cedis, 80 pesos. If you cry 6 cedis, we better no, I can't no. And so what's saying I'm on a feeding fee of no less than 10 cedis because schools in Nobia and charge 5 cedis.
Hey,
so I dare no. That morning now we go school no. That is the no or no the income here very low.
Teachers away no, they are deaf from cry.
The income near very low no. That morning you are spending around 30 cedis for your child. So if you have 3 children going to school, how can you afford for them to go?
And baby 90.
And then go out there, Nebisa, school teachers no. Say nkwala be best school anopa no omu didi ana. So then the concentration in the classroom becomes a problem. So I don't know. As much as they are suffering on the other side, their effect, is also having a rippling effect on industry.
But many sure say the government is ready to listen to you guys.
You see,
minimum crown men who trust you up 2-3 times, yeah. But it seems like
in some way I can say, look, it has come to a time. The very things that you introduce, trying to better off the Ghanaian situation, has become worse off. Businesses are going to collapse because of those policies. Coming 2024, it's not too late. The budget has not been read. Let us sit down, look at all the taxes that you have put in place, the policies that you put in place that have brought about all these things, and try to take some off. You see, when people spend, that is when government raises the needed revenue. But if we cannot spend, how do you get the money that you are talking about? And the very first point I say, I would go for 100% total recovery of your friends saying benchmark value. We said, look, that will spell doom for this country. Because if import goes down, you are not going to raise the money that you need. Who are there and they say, matutu taxes in him. So when you are not able to import the 10 containers, your 2 containers will pay for the 10 containers. That is what they have done. And this is not the way to go. Allow the things to flow, and then the money that you want to raise will be there for you. And we need not to be having a very serious issue before you come to think of it, say, oh, then let me do this. And unfortunately, when you call IMF, they've also put in place certain criteria we need to meet before. And if you're asking for tax reduction now, how are you going to do that? So, because there are certain policies that is at your doorstep, which is forcing you to pass on this hardship to the Ghanaian. And if they are doing it, and the other side said, do it, if you don't do it, I will not give you the money, then they will be forced to do what they are doing.
Which means, IMF Johnson. So, which means,
they can do.
How?
You see, tax collection, it's not only few people who pays the collection. There are so many gray areas. I implement here a day more. I feel so at the end of the day, reducing some of the taxes for the people to be able to afford certain things, When you do that, now the needed revenue now will come to you. because the people can then afford, because things are cheaper. Food should be cheaper and all that. But when they are expensive, how do we survive? Before we started this issue of made in Ghana rice, we should promote the rice, and then at that time, Ghana made in Ghana rice bag 28 Ghana cedis, 5 kilo. 5 kilo. Today, a bit ton 120, 150.
Made in Ghana rice.
Made in Ghana rice now, you promote it. Go out there and see how the value has gone up.
So which means a foreign Dianocra
almost into the very problem that we seek to solve has become a burden onto us.
A problem now be a problem. Solution to the problem no.
Has become a problem onto us. So
that's crazy.
We want to expand our local production. But how do we do that? And you need to give some leverage to the local industries so that your friend is saying expanding the taxation system in other areas will have the leverage here, and then you will collect the money from here. Yeah. But if you're asking us to pay more, what do we do?
Baba, Messia Babio, Kaki SL says snacks plus feeding fee plus transport is about 100 Ghana cedis a day. Will be in no be small joke. Gadri Freeman says, Commander, we are really suffering with these cakes, drinks, and other stuffs. It's terrible. Okay, so Vivian no points here. Daniel Labi is also here. Now, Mami Mongra Aboso Kain and Yema Bobo Fruabano, Metesena communications director now a year Kumasi Ashanti region during the weekend. And Taji, I don't know Aboso Kain. Last week, you say last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. And I'm more showdown 2 hours. And I'm say AJ showdown. But we have heard say more things are coming. What is it? Can't say.
Maminchia, what's here for Maminchia? Washafona, Minchia, Jamalisto, and me Brapanyoti. Hey, Commander, Miko Kumasano, Ampa. I say, Jerry Fonny, the Yamabi, the ye, Jodifona, ye bonjoso. Na I say menu kasai in 40 you remember sen store no ene obusu kan
say see
omochon letter 14th of August omotewo ena ye kasai
say
am no kasai omotewo
say
yi omotewo e wo city light udu city light na kom kakra bi a omote store na no
store back pa na stores
no store na 4 e no omotewo nti say obi ba na obeto ade a na a VAT receipt no omo twa picture no omo de call omo twa picture no omo de call
sa no omo de other stores ni
yes sa no omo de and in the my year press conference 2 weeks ago say
wow
sa mo compliance no so omo enjaye a ye nyi omo be che ne nyi omo ha because omo de kokuma say last year na mistake omo ye ne say omo pam omo no omo ntimi anka che omo so omo ntwa so no omo kan say ya suspended the worst suspension na me say me see de be amempe yentwam no bia ho to no suspension no almost ada be this year biom e na be wi aboso council no etuni am about 2 weeks no ya antehwe free government ho a ye be there ye beto stores mu
yeah
etinu last week na commissioner Edward Jambra in charge of domestic revenue I think say domestic tax revenue division obe respond no CTFM say ye ni hwe si ana ye hayen say yeah the papa anka ye nyesa ade no enti omo de modwa no mbeye
but I think say the comment is fair
Jabi is an insult to us aden na hwe beverage sia no hwe ne manko ahwe passage omo to port edwede for hwe dey to port kwa me see the whole Africa Ghana ni tuya tax any product esino Africa country bia dey na Cote d'Ivoire ene Ghana Cote d'Ivoire versus carriers na baninya do na Cote d'Ivoire almost Ghana is difficult to do business. Omunya adwane Cote d'Ivoire. Nso o ka me no. Say o tete tax no so a obenya more revenue. But so umiem say na ahin na obenya umi two target. Na okum kakra bi pe. Iti na make beverage for say me no amka say na nka Wednesday na corporate demonstration no. Police for na ekushi omo no.
Wednesday mu ko demonstration.
By a postpone because almost date na mo omo. Na demonstration we money bebini. Nti o mpa e chaw. You see any problem. You dey ko say on the 1st November 1st Wednesday any eco demonstration no stores nya betu oboso kan ye ka kire mo mbe no madwane demonstration no so mutu stores no because ni nyina import duty ni nyina tax ni nyina customs
adekro no a
se ma ndwene ya omo de bedimu ni nyina ndwene nya baako ye de ye kɔ ye mom signal ye be mom super showdown because ya abusuka for a for a long time sankrofo we no omo fa enidie ni ebu ema abusuka for Argentina aban omobi loan ye unji sto omobi ye no say wo de akronfo bi begu ye stores because what ben you be free so yan roba so ye den yo you be free 2 supervisor ba ko na ye 3 obi
beverages for no omo ye mubi
well and they are already there
omo timo kon so
say omo start here no they almost omo ya compliance
vigilation
way you know they bring in their personnel to check your sales for the day into whatever that you give out, you know, with the added till the receipt is recorded, just to know how much you are selling for the day and how much you were declaring before. Into no way and sana, after you know, at the end of the day, you know, they know how much to expect from you. Into no, they don't mind whether your sales have gone down or your friends saying that day you did not even open the shop. Once it has been recorded, say, utu 100 cities, they are expecting every day piano.
Hey, in the meton, manton, yato, yanto,
the striker.
Omoje.
The striker.
Now, all my local Mosaka Bion. And yet, almost say, almost show bookma, Nasa, who business away, no, Ebia, who register, Nasa, Untia, Nasa, Ombo, Untia. Ombesheta must start so your business from 2013, Omba back the Tinamo. No more Bob or market cancer say near the abro and they say Sascani is so tia. Yes, you could show more octagon building, no, Sir Amy building. You could show more, make a say, somewhere sana, you be treated as a criminals. None of us are going to need catching straight or you're offended by me catching no. Because, Commander, I say, dread for no, they be a mecassa dread for penny for me D anymore. No more D ye more.
Are they?
Or more pay, you got a round table home. Na your mom seti na ya suspended ni abetanase no bi afa phone no afre flash afa say do okura na ye mempe catch no munjai na wa frɛ omunyai every disrespect ade ni nkoyi a muntwam the word is muntwam a no bi ahun say matwam your position they are making it clear say GI for no omo fa ayi public statement no mo fa bra mo ti say omo twam na association na organ na obi anya copy to office. So omo the board na bia e betime gya so de omo court so omo ka so omo suspend ya omo sim dia ba sa na omo de year from last year Kumasi e bedu ene omo dia ba no eti na say aboso kan on the 1st of November all shots will go down
na just mo first show down no negotiations am no omo ye no omo ante
omo fa ebu okura ma ya friend am be transport no omo ne abeka they don't care because they aboso kan tra ni ma sisan leaders na na mo association wana na omo yes ade no they are no more there o ye wo new chairman Henry Ochu Jr. is a new chairman Techi is the head of communications ye be kire omo say a member na aba bosoka no enye tete executive no mo no because say ya ka asem na say ade we egu adwuma anka efe mo de mo fa eposo mo how ne saying up to today now nam City FM now respond
there be so mo nim so mo ankrofo ne mo
ene hwanom ye de ye dwadifo abosoka ne ye dwadifo Commander with all due respect ye anti political party here dwade ne edi wo ho ti dey say mom super showdown no me say on the 1st November all shops will go down ye nua mo Kumasi aka kire omo sa a friend sample as Ghana National Association of Garages say omo no making it clear say omo timi support here because of say omo patron no or a political appointee na pon
okay
on the na on the shekasi now for staff on the director po vehicles of first on the so into on the making it clear some man nko for ne ma into the see now ye nemo ketia enu makasa oko Ashanti Shoe Sellers Association they are ready and food for nyina
I see
they are ready and now course so magazine any chairman need nkomo edu no on the spare parts for nyina so magazine
yeah
ma ya ka kire omo say ade to ani a atom so ani ombeba Guta Kumase Tony on the Guta secretary almost also their full support. You catch almost say someone ma you ma gonna full nyam say or because almost your politics inti no man me catch you Kumase sa almost time so meba. Inti na police for natural say omo pa e chow and no mo pa e chow say date them warm in their first November you be communicate am mo nyina say na kwakoduo on the first all shops will go down and you super showdown near my Jerry near the customs. But
the microphone suro say 3 hours 4 hours na mo asia baby did the abine be can say we enko baby the mbeye dede yensia wo obra sport from obra sport na
onum say honorable Kasembi or say asemba onya botre no amount the benefit of the doubt also ya dia eso onya botre na wo hwe ade ni so e baaye no ye catch the whole Ghana say enye say you to stores the whole day ye tum I press conference mama say ye nyabere say o ma respond to ye how na stores be go down and the 3 days e go off 3 days in ye tum 3 days. The reason why you postpone be break say o say gamanye ni wo no ye beto stores mu
yeah
nti omo de letter back say omo to stores mu ye be say ebe frafra ye no so that say esa na ebe ye bibi kakra enuti na ye nya botre ye police for yakte ye members no they are more than 15,000 nti ye share situation oh yeah constituency mu o
I see
more than 15,000 now ye the vehicles 1,000 eba ye share situation no ni say okay all my options too almost 15,000 if an ye be bo ye hwan no because police say move in ye hwa bosoka de bosoka te say tadia obra later they say there be and ye be mom second option say stores nya betum na leaders no ye move from bosokan ne no nya move na stores nya tum na task force for no and other security agencies no mo ho ni akwa present a petition ama parliament and a customs and a GRA na we are never see we because and so sometimes when you say you be ya did me say ye gidi but message no most important say ya to your stores no e come and yen be betum abuso kan yente political party wo you ade ya will follow you and support you.
I agree. The quick comment. Say what is the way forward?
Okay, when we say with the presentation we share taxation and the port alone. Oh, it's almost about 21 different taxes and levies. And yeah,
on 21.
Yeah, almost 21.
21
on one item. You need to pay all this before. Until why don't you harmonize it to make sure say we are paying only 2 or 3 to make sure say we know so abba from kakad, then we know say we are moving forward. Until no, niakacho money say network charges it needs to go off. BBT say presidential special levy. See if you.
Yeah, no idea, no.
I don't know.
About that,
says you can no mujini didn't free
presidential levy. Special levy. You know about that 10 years ago.
Eba one no de abano mo yi. But aban by 2017 January it was there. And this time omo de buy.
I don't know money inflow.
And this time no we had a for instance shutdown of business 2015.
You know.
Special port levy.
So are there no. Emma must suspend it.
I don't know one person be here. I don't know both sides. Why?
2017 the deliberations and say let it be there for a while, we'll take it off. It has traveled throughout the 8 years that this government has been in administration. Then we also have your friend saying other components because sports and harbor or more also charges we need to look at it because we can say network charges then we really don't understand because it has almost about 5 components.
5 network
charges. You pay for network charge. You pay for network VAT. You pay for network COVID-19. You pay for network NHIL, and then you also pay for your friends say network charge get fund levy. So Into when you know, it's almost it's a nuisance tax. And as a levy, so import your friends because they can charge only one, but why do you charge 5? Into no say you sanema winning everyone. Then there's also an issue with your friends saying sustainability bill na ye buy. In fact, what is happening then is after your boss has paid all the taxes, next kaka crowd no so nya na ode kofi. You say oh ya get tax in here, sika we nya no. Pay us 5% or 2.5% on this value. And only your friends say sustainability bill na ye charge you. So you pay for that money for free to government. Then you ask yourself, after paying all my taxes, and now you are bringing this on board because on the your friends saying beverage sector no, we pay almost about 70% of our taxes as revenue to government. Then you are bringing another 5% or 2.5%. So you ask yourself, why should we pay all this money? Are we working for government or we are doing business to expand our business? And you know, if those things are not there and I work and the little profit that I have to take home, government is also saying, I'm taking so much from you on that. We say, it's tax on tax. And you know, we now I say, and now our system
but mobile joining about so kind of phone.
We will deliberate and see how best we can do it. We'll do that.
Wait, I saw you need to go back and deliberate on what
we need to. We own him. Young Crawford Bebre now are experts in the businesses.
Oh, okay.
And when they take decisions, they go and count them, and then later they hand them down. I'm telling you for a fact. In the mechanical, so most of them are afraid to take certain decisions. You see, but you cannot do this forever. It will get to a time when they get so much frustrated, they would want to fold up and leave. And people who play politics and they don't understand the way system works will tell you that foreigners are taking over our country. Go. But have you forgotten that these are the people who are employing the people? Guinness, Trillium, your friend is saying Blochem, Coca-Cola, your friend saying Nestle, Malcolm, Maxmart, ShopRite, your friend is saying Palace. All the people, companies, big companies that you can think of, they are the people employing Ghana. So our indigenous businesses, you know, your friend is saying almost play almost part. You know, if they are employing, and we give them that support, they can expand their businesses and employ more. When these businesses are not there, but unfortunately, you know, this is what we are facing. And now, VAT Nankasa, we say, value added tax. You only apply the value. You apply the tax when you are applying value.
Value, yeah.
But when we do the import, we have not even dispensed the product. You pay for the tax. And when the thing comes to your warehouse, you pay the tax when I'm passing it on to the other person. The other person also comes to buy, passes on the tax for the retailer.
So which means even with its implementation, it's quite wrong.
Yeah, wrong. Well, we have been, because with him, Rollins, this VAT we buy, and no kumi preko.
Yeah, I know.
Buy, What was the purpose? Government needed money, so therefore they need to raise money upfront. So the input and output tax came in. So that when you pay, you file your papers, and then the output, we do the knockout, and then the balance government pays it back to you. So and the Satam no they are in Juma in your own faso. Unfortunately, and they input output bill. I knock out your friends and differences.
So which means some way, somehow, it is not serving the purpose in
the purpose, no.
I
you see? So we need to go back and look at some of the taxes. For what reason were they brought on paper, and how are we implementing
it? I agree. So sad. And come on here, the time we'll call. We have other things to touch on it live on Accra 100.5 on Tadi FM, Elmina Benya FM, in Tamale Dagban FM, on your Facebook page, on our YouTube page. We are there. But Onia, I agree. So I'm more deliberate on it. Whether Omobe join him or not, someone join him. So we'll wait and see. Answer Omobe Bemamo. Anyway, ye that's here to answer from mobile and Yanamokasai. Yet Yamishan Bebre. Now, my pamcho, yes, Remo, make us a station
voter region.
Yeah, station me penny wa ha. Enti gise mpeni focus omo but mo hwe na mo nkoboa wo mo. Why? I agree. Monko na mo nkoboa mo. Se beverages kakra bi na betimi ame abobo no a. Me ni list we nyina bekọ akogya o. Na ya yeninim krokro ni bi so. Na yemfa nkoboa wo mo. At least nkola no so nya bibi kakra no. So because say akola no
mobilization.
Yes. Ontimi nko school. Ontimi nya hwe ne ne maira. Ti onya bi akalipo ketua bi enomo a no so ne ho hu se won so ye Ghana ni kakra ye pamucho why aboso kan for ye pamucho why ye dem aso be
omo de ndade ne benye yi
dabi omo nwe dade okay so I star 413 hash star 413 hash Nana Poku Atrasi list one Nana Kusipoku executive director GAG and leading member Eddie Arise Ghana. And what say? Okay, what say? I say. Sansuna Enche Chasako will join us. Yabno communication officer. Thank you, Uncle Agri. Thank you so much. And also Enche. And also be joining here in the studios. Top Choco. Sibe catch Ghana for say Top Choco chocolate spread. Ya the fabrudumu. Na nunso ne de papa. Wunya enni bia na waba omode. Wako jibi. And Top Choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink. Yeah. Also odiaba was the ohia ni nsuhie ebugum na okro no from 0243 033 onsa betumi aka omo my member back to the studios nana akwaba nana no doors but voter region eastern region VRA me assure say na wutie e honorable kujeto.
Yeah,
and it's sad the way and yemesiako yene one then another issue that Galamsey press conference NDC but voter regime meaning say you ube person any taxes issues no ube touch no odo za make kano
any kind church for na me mo abaso wa do bia e ba ne yetie wa
ai
na dedi kan Kwabena na sometimes ye can asemfa aban we hu a sometimes minim how because there are things that are supposed to be very easy now because evolve from baby aye ye free ba bedru baby aye dru no sabi wo de say wantimi ensua hwe krampa at least there are so many templates ye betimi follow Emma or Hawa and a woman Emma.
Yeah.
And no say me share a choir ye faso handle issues or mem especially in respect of the issue of voter region. Kwabena me dream one mentiase.
What is your issue about the voter region?
First of all, let's find out why na ye penia or that VRA no.
Yini betwa
nipo da VRA no. Me na me ye president. I don't think he would qualify to be there. He's a square peg in a round hole. I don't even know who, but whoever is there, no, Kwabena, or ye square peg in a round hole because the kind. And yes, I cause mono sorry ya nebia ensure to that could be and I bet me aka say a natural bibi na ensure to ya na a quiet manner afe a buffer sworn and noir by itself a buffer sworn. That's not what has happened. It's nobody can say it's a natural disaster.
No,
a fools who have committed this suicide on these people of a voter region. And the other
and parts of
a square pegs in round hole. No knots. A Kufuado chronunti or your appointment on share or be background. Chrono just because obey we may be. That's all about it. I don't even know who is there, but that is how I can predict a Kufuado. And once you bring the person here, opami and degeno. You be who nipa kro. And we would know why Ekufodo put that person there. Just because, in the end, Obenya be ready. That's all. Only be beer apart from chrono. Kwabena Sebi, it is said you wish you go cap na cap no. Eyema say bon kaye.
Yeah.
Enunti akoso modam ne wo ho no. Obia o ga na ha bia nim say for a very long time this is a dam a ensuo nkogu mu ema yakrampo no ye turbines ane ye de ye adwuma as VRA for the year adwuma ma power ye friend say ema yenya electricity no ebedu ba bi na afem say mienu pass say na ye adwuma wabra na ye hia ensuo e wo dam mu no ye nya afen na ensuo e de ebam. And so can you believe say me ya di maba betranum my simple penny and I'm just watching it happen. I don't have anything to manage. So if you are not managing anything, then why are you there and taking salaries? You are drawing salaries but you are not working. Okoka no bia bejranum and no bonkaye and bona such and
VRA statement omo issue ye proud to a year or more spelling exercise no there are two your Facebook page press release controlled spillage of water from the Akosombo Dam and Tongu Dam. The Volta River Authority VRA wishes to inform the general public that it has observed a consistent rise in the inflow pattern and water level of the Akosombo Dam. In line with our emergency preparedness plan and standard operating procedures, the Volta River Authority has duly notified its key stakeholders of this development. The reservoir level as of today, that was on the 12th of September, suggests that we may need to commence controlled spilling in the coming days. Controlled spilling in the coming days should the situation persist. Now, VRA therefore wishes to caution all residents along the Volta River and downstream of Akosombo and Kwabena dams to be on alert and take the necessary precautionary measures. VRA will continue to monitor the situation, work with our key stakeholders and provide regular updates to ensure prompt response to any emergency that may arise. So they gave them this statement. Just a caution, but when they were about to open it, they did not inform them.
Correct. You see, much as we own MDina or hono, MDina or hono, so yeah, whatever no. Kwabena, I was see a Cornerstone near Unity. Wa bon papa. Kwabena we nya de akebe hu. Hwe ade ne start say eba no. Ade ne start say eba na uhu say ensuo no betimi ayema abuso no. Ena nke bi krampo a o start ya announcement. Ena nka ma nkofo ani ba o mo ho so say ade we de we a ekọ no. Yesusu say betimi ayesei. Eno krampo no ama Kwabena enye hu te say ade no se wada na yakọ spele ensuo. Unim de nke betimi akoso.
No, but a bit more cry. What's a lady that I'm in a casa from Central Tono? Was it a bit almost me fast on be in panel on be evacuate on my free beer. I dine 3, 4, 5 enclave. We you almost free one a dine boo Jim. So which
can
means
you imagine? Can
but
you
for yeah. In fact, say Siano be sending me a friend is a picture be and I don't know. I ask you. I'll say. Okay, so obi send me picture bi ayaw. One lady be ensuo no ebasa no. Say na asupi wo abefa ba bia wo nto na nti nsuo no adwane na wo no car no wawu adan nsuo no.
Hey.
Yeah, just right now. Me adwuma they send me the picture and I think my producers will show it here right now. Me no ka say ya. And omo they send me. So that and nipa na da no abwan kan one in so num so want me a movie want me andwane amfiri so num and in so de na kwakọ se abebi ase minim say as time goes on no eye kakra
enyo ni bi be daddy
because daddy
ensuo no se bi afa obi kura na he say be there
yeah exactly exactly a time on kono a residing kakra no na issues ebe pie but anyway to aso
so kwabra me de asem ne mabufu hwe se ye ne omampani ti oman mu na asem wei ato yen eya ato renchem a chese ehu amankofo ye homeless chese obi enya ba bia kura mpo no wafa wa na odi MD ni kwatena ho enye obi ena hye wo se fa wo bonfo a wo bon kwatena VRA wona ade ne ko ho ana wa hu na adwuma enti die pa na ka be fe se enka asem na ba no na nka abasa hare so wo watimi anya ho Morocco fo a omo sabi ewom se ya Africans ne we ya nyina ti wiase asabi obi account na nti account to na sabi uni fi asem wie kodi abonte fo asem edu ba bi na aka kufado asem a empanifo omo ne ebo atipen no eya na o madwen ye omo se etimu anti se ne mo dwen no mo hu se munua no na adwen ne nya adwuma no etimu ntu ne fo na wie ya wo se Jehovah akotra America ene efe no pa ene ye board road say yese wo ko ho eno krampo no udi se nka owura jo mahama nko ho a na kapani bia nya na adwen se wo ko ho
onfa ho
na dmofo ena meti se yese o makone nam ho o makone nam ho because eni o mom koye no anso ani adwuma nkodi wo ho no anso ani because so we damage asi wo your friend is saying spillage ho now not move for sabi emo no be no an wo he ena
emo no ade koma no nipa no ende
debi minimo kwabra tapoli any tent ye bono eno ne board yana
Yow, the fact of the matter and say not mon be any ho there is nothing. They don't have anything. Say also omo man for contracts. Ebia faniema say they don't have money to even gather anyema or ho. Not mono is one is on a truck. Akoye truck radio is wo. As and when I same base you know. Now omo ankro for na frefre omo ubenya we. Now say one second the Japan say omo do omo can not more a can near the ade bebre. They don't have anything. The NADMO is just sitting down there like anyway. So this is the Chief Executive Officer VRA, Mr. Emmanuel Nchidakwa. Those who don't know him, you just need to know that this is the person you do taxes Trianica. It's our right to know.
He's a buffoon.
Yeah.
He's a big buffoon.
This is Emmanuel Nchidakwa, Chief Executive VRA. And when I hear taxes Trianica, and you have the right to keep this picture, you have the right to know his face, you have the right to know who is chopping your taxes. And this man is the one.
He's the mess.
Yeah.
He has caused all this mess.
All right, so that's it.
If he had controlled it, there are so many ways in controlling such a thing. When you say you na to free women as mintimi fa pan koso. Ensure na tona egu ayimu na abegu damunim. Entino e die pa na keche se nka untimi control how to spill it. Oh, Charlie, kwabra do baby a edu baby a. Imagine me say we have to have a very drastic way of solving some of these problems. Jimmy for the dozen too much. We were no ne mama koda o.
Yeah.
Nam ka me sadie we pa na kiye tumi. Baby oti a na kiye so ya man onu so ye homeless.
The point is
Jimmy ne dozen too much.
Metie council or the deputy director in charge of engineering. Metie no on City FM, and straight away, to be honest, maybe that guy friends Bernard Avle and another one person be rude. But what we say asma akwane kano media minim ni pa kro chere na de but Jimmy ni complete. Or say they started the assimilation exercise in May. They started it in May. Then September 15th, and almost started spelling now. This
5 months after.
5 months after. This letter here, the better on the 12th of September. Now, mitie wa hine ba kwa na omo body tape ewo city. Or say, omo ba omo last Wednesday ne be catch omo say bibi omo nhwe omo hiye na bibi say before they could say Jack Thursday and ajo na bufa so. So you realize that omo anye any preparations utie lady na menene kanwa. Normally no severe reform bad omo ba with NADMO they give them a life jackets near the day. Omo evacuating nipa 1,200 without life jackets. 1,200 and without the support of NADMO. So clearly you can see that this VRA man and his people and that council and whatever is either they are foolish, they don't know exactly.
Don't ask either. They are foolish.
No, but the dear makers are saying, Obi Owana Onyimi and Wasada.
Wasada.
Yes, that is what I want to say.
And you was there Jimmy Aboda.
Because say almost said that and in Kobano your friend say Bernard Edino Nana simple questions. Baby na me say Bernard lose track and I'm like Bernard go there. That between a year 12 now mo issue statement even who they filed from May ebepem a time more spelling no mo envisage say in so no magnitude there be a munya na sa na mo benya because at least you should know say ebia at a best spell it to this level, a best spell it to this level, a best spell it to this level. More informe omo. The lady was telling us sometimes it be 100 meters from the bia in Suno or say be okrana aba a bia esrusi. But say no aspilia to 500 meters away clear villages. And the and I walk and when you so na to gidigidi wa transfer no aka say onye nyame. We ya de atabia mukosusu mo measure enti ade na ekosoro nyina no muhu ade na ekosoro nyina muhu and munim mo ne mo other counterparts mo Burkina edin sawoso so munim how much water flow from almost so Bagri Dam mo bie no you said nothing. So me I feel so much said that I feel like the chief executive officer because and his guys deliberately did it.
Obia unim how dams are managed biano. You nim how to and Kroma Dam now we see Kwabena gauge the home. At every stage unim how much water, how much volume of water a woman. And yes, sir, we can uko jinanso na de abako tum de akowo mu ahwe se ensuo no eduru he.
Mo gauge
da ho uhu se ye friend say ensuo no se na ewom akoduru ha afa ha akosi ha. Enti se koba se wo na asebio wakosuku sampa se wakosuku a we obekọ no oni proper certificate kra as to how to control or your friend is saying dam control management system konim onim how to control it, onim how to manage it, and yet na kwot na ho because if you say VRA there I will say wa near your bokro no and yet na kwot na senya sa Kwabena me there eno mani bi ho a akwete say e bi so a che say nipa na Akufo-Addo pese omo chire omo because Kwabena I drew a conclusion say omo pese say omo kro omo voter region kura omo nwu all this while when you say Akufo-Addo ne first politician ane oneba omia a omo timi ase chire omo anu aka chire voter for say omo nya Ghana for
yeah
enti no ma dwen me say voter for ena omo pe omo aye omo bone and no my because this thing could easily have been controlled and can confer trouble way babe can say biama. In fact, muhu sa de no crampo no eya basoro aba baby a office say ye no and can be out spell ye cry and can be an cabana and can show no are areria man ke bia me kan enkan kwaye te said ye ne ensuo no ama na ye bebre na ye hu onhu ba bi obefa no asifisem John Mahama nko
yeah go to the JM kan yeah because omo ya
John Mahama nko ho ena okọ ye ma amafo hu se ade we ano odin a nenka Kwabena what is aban I take steps we cross or kwa akwohwe ho
no
okọ wie ye ena Alan edi so Alan free ho ena ye friend say matisi ese akufo do okọ hoyi bawo ya woni Ghana ha woni ha and bawo mi na owo Ghana ha no so na so omo nya Ghana fo no
yeah
wakọ ho na okọ ho ekosi sen o se enkosasem na owo Ghana ha no kra na wanya sika e de ye campaign wanya sika wo so na the year campaign e dey ba be pay man
na ma so be updates
President Akufo-Addo akwakodu voter region ya o manfo ahia o
which side Northern and also call Anglo side
I saw a side one mo na North K2 side one
that's Anglo side
ya we ahia hemfo ne o manfo ya Samuel Spillage no affect wo mo na Kwabena metie ni speech ni nsem a wo kan kakra eyam ahometi
ada was say
se na nado akogina o sa brebe yi a enkrofo eni atutu aka wonsem wo niam kakra wo ho nyina ase no wogina wo ka kira wo mo se bana wo buy no set up committee no wo USA and Spillage ni see chief of staff efre no and wo te ye no buy nti bana wa ba ho wate committee na committee na wate no won hwe se we tu aba maame na we ya nto aba maame afensu kura no eniema bi ombeche bia no omunyiyim enhwe MPP fo eno ma hwe NDC fo wono no ebre a ye to abama no no a osuaye as a president no when suaye se wo ye MPP president osuaye se wo ye Ghana fo nyina president
obinya ne dey
enti no aha wogina mu nto abama me nenso no onhwe ho se mu nto abama
o kan sa
ense o kwame mu to tebunu no
o say momo nto abama me so me hwe ho
o se mu nto abama me mo nto abama me enso me hwe ho ma ba because me ye the leader me ye Ghana president me you
na guy omo nto abama o taxes so mu twama dwoma ama ono oyire sanya ketufo taxes a wo Akufo-Addo hiani wanchi etese o yire hiani wanchi ne otimi to bag $35,000 oba futan we otimi bie eye hotel $6 million ayo omusika so eye madness so be catch am say monto aba mame yes they won't vote for you but who be the president here omo taxes omo ntua madwoma ama omo taxes no wo ho so omo nya disaster eye sa taxes ni bi enyo oboto obi nka se koje amoati abotom sika because se ka monko amusika enka before they don't need your money we unyimi more damo
can someone Kwabena wogina ho
ya na we unyimi more damo
because it
ama na kwa amaye ka mo pa me de me ha me ma metinye
no o se me ene mabaha because me won wa say se nkrofo wo sa situation we say mu na nkrofo atwahia ho no mo na wo address wo na wo kan se mo akira mo say mo nto aba ma me de asie no ye ne political nye MPP nye ndi system obi begina ha na so ye politics a wono an pen wo ye ne politics me mama ha ma ye politics mo ma nto aba ma me enso no me swai se Ghana president
and so what
enti no ma ba se me ba
and so what
sansam wo ne say
and so we yeah but
no one said na dwuma no wa ya wie eti che said the opportunity bi obenya bia no obeka che so obeka kan bo so nsama che Ghana fo
Dabi ade a woni trim ne se Ghana ni nya problem na se ye frɛ no a obeye o papa na wo Akufo-Addo se nya mampani na wote a Dabi o na ya mampani kura no mi hu obi a okose Akufo-Addo personal money na me so wagimi wabodam we ye nipa esra na de se bibi nkokodi we
me see Kwabena de o mu ntwe se o kase mo my government will try and do something. What's the my government will try? You will try.
Yeah, this is come on. Taxes. Omutonsuonum. Oji omo tax. Or baby ometobiano. Oji omo tax. Adebia omo ye biomo sikari nyina aba ho. Asemo to eye Ghana ni no. Fresikari bebe buano. You are talking as if say obi baba power chawo say wo de sirene. Sana omo hine koka
community day senior school sin asase so aka chen say wo ye also ye bearment to power
ene kwam se fa kan kwasi asem ne agimi sem e Peace FM ena osore koya no obi anka hwe na obi ska ho so obi ska ni wo
yes what mu sem so o ma sheda pan chopa no me na kwagina ho what mu sem say o ma sheda oh just na Kwabena nsem o kan idie na said nsem o kan idie ene nkrofo bi so di red band bia bobom se wutimi so o ma sheda pan chopa na wo mudi na kwa akogina no no nso kwa na ya na dwen se wo kɔ no okotu fun pa de ama wo mo okotu fun e de ama wo mo se mo kura no mo nto abama e ama me etiri mo ho akere mo a I will try my best
chebi na motia ne emwanum ensuo no a yikokan ya wo mo so mo ntibi da no jomama na komo mo water plant omo to abama jomama omo to abama ndisi
enye taxpayers money a busa ho say omo mo ka prom this year himfie
David what is say
ka prom this year himfie
what is say jomama e complain say time say chebi for nto aba emma no enso ode eye water pump a plant e be o what is in this work or na so akwa just go there, do what you need to do, because you was said there say Akufo-Addo see obi antwa tax mawa, they will not come and beg you. And then
also for so many
because who knows any politics mu na
penina wo no you obi kan here e tire na abo form na mo to abama wo na wo 2016 and na wasa be wiem 2020 wo this so power we ask me because
opposition na wa Akufo-Addo wo no yire na o ma
Mahama so to opposition ne wo fa so tan Akufo-Addo billion times Mahama to opposition ya ye ntwa your tax man
ye ntie de Mahama call kan quick one pacho twa yanum ama quick one pacho yenkotie de Mahama call keto okokai. Another issue chief imam ye program ba omi anko Maulid.
Because
the water is flowing downwards towards Adan and to the estuary and to the sea. We visited the Gridco substation. It's shut down because it's completely submerged. If you don't shut it down, it can cause major catastrophe. And then the mortuary at the hospital, which had about 300 bodies, they've had to ask all the people, the families, to come and take their bodies out because there is no power. The power has been shut off. And the mortuary is also standing in water. We saw the technical schools to Comotech. They have a new workshop. It's got all the equipment there. It's all standing in water. The three most affected constituencies are North, Central, and South Tongu. And I think that the number of people who have been displaced, especially when we went to the hospital. You saw that the medical personnel have all been evacuated from their quarters and they are seeking shelter in a pavilion in the hospital. So they actually need support, they need help. Our understanding is that the water is not going to rise any further. From what we hear from the VRA engineer, he says they reach the peak of the spillage. So it means that it won't get worse. But it will take time to get better because it will take time for the water to recede and the place to become dry again. We've had unusually heavy rainfall in the northern part of the country. I was in the north last week and I noticed that the white water had reached its upper limit. And so all that water is coming down to Accusations. And so the people really need assistance. Unfortunately, my understanding is that NAPO has nothing. Happily, we've heard that VRA said they are going to support with some relief. And so I thank VRA and appeal to them that the people are in need. And so whatever relief they want to give, they should expedite that relief so that they can assist people to be able to cope with the current situation. But I think that this message will let the government and the whole of Ghana see what exactly is happening here. It's not just a story that is being told by people. It is the reality of people's lives following the spillage of the Akosombo border.
No, so we've been talking to some of the VRA officials, and the issue has it that it's not about dredging or desilting the estuary, but the issue is about protecting the Akosombo dam.
Yes.
So do you think that we probably should have taken plans more serious and dredge or desilt the estuary? Things would have get much more better.
No, the main problem is from above the dam. It's receiving more inflows than it should normally receive. And when that happens, you have to protect the dam, because if you don't spill, then it's possible that the dam can give way. And if it gives way, it will be more catastrophic all the way down the southern water. And so this is not the first time the VRA is spilling at Akosombo. But this seems to be a bit heavier than normal. And so I do think it's fine. But it's also good to dredge, because if you dredge, the extra volumes of water are able to move faster. For instance, you can see under the bridge, several parts are silted. If all that part had been cleared, it will be easier for the water to flow through so that it doesn't back up into people's houses.
Your Excellency, have you been briefed on any feasible alternative in terms of spilling and then maybe storing the excesses that we have? Is it feasible? Have you been briefed of any of these things?
Well, I don't know anywhere in the world where you can store spilled water, because the volumes are so huge.
Ena nsuo to a ewo se ebegum na yede san nsuo na ebegum no the power nya electricity. Ena for a very long time yenya said de ene one should be able to know say there nsuo to in fact for the first time nsuo to was stream ho no almost another papa.
And still, Guso.
Now, once you get to know some of these things, you have a plan for it. And it's not as if say, Matthew Fono or Mono or Mada.
But I hope
you giving hints.
I hope so. You heard VRA blaming Matthew.
Blaming what Matthew?
Almost Matthew for more than necessary information.
You see, I don't know the chance of community answer. Obi a o manage dam bia no oye obi a 10 bia no enya o mukra na wose o mu ba wo ho wo na wose 10 bia wo ye den wo ko mo na so, because wo manage dam na wo manage no eye nsuo na wo de ye adwuma eti 10 bia na wose wo make sure say unya the possible rainfall and the you can say the quantum of water ebia ebe pour, and this thing technology abua must say yetimi how we will have a heavy downpour or maybe a drizzle or a big crampa you know a bit me to green so na ensu ewom ne ketu abi. You say technology omo kura na ma for iPhone ikura no at the click of you are able to tell, and you can tell it even meti aka say ensu beto Nigeria.
So which means they don't need to necessarily.
Now, David, you come at yourself no. If you reform money metro department, You see one when no bu am yo. Et mu ni metro department. And na mo to on what are you managing? Because you adwuma na mo ye no. Ensuo akoso mbo mpacho eye omodo. Enye ensuo. By now kra no e wo senka motimi ehu se ebi kura mpa yensan kreti ebi adam bi o baby foforo. In case of where bagre asema aba no de bia ye ka bagre okay say at some point John Mahama nom your madwen say they will create a certain dam bia na ebe to say buffer in case omu bie bagre dam no ni we na then it holds the water for irrigation. It was in their 2016 manifesto. It was there.
I see.
Nyansa keke wo nyansa ketu abi you apply it because ensure ne ba ekoti franfuo ne enobai so na ase no enti se wo tutu form na utimi to a certain depth bi na ensure ne ba na ebegumu a kwabena ensure ne begumu a uni afofi enkonko se enobai na asase wo water region ne asase wo north no eye table top land eye flat enti se wutu kra se bia a mile away watimi atu amna kakraka se kufodo ede betu sa amna no ode bekwa koye galamsey because I don't know to obenya good na se bi otwe wo deny him wadukrom hwe ase obi e na apa ne chew se Ghana ye nya nyansani bia ni ti so ananim tedwa a sabi okay can say hunu and ye pebi and Akufodo say mo de mo be sere be say me mo man pani dia ene meko me man pani
no but say no kate Kumase fo
enkwase no kika no enkwase straight
on guys mo ka tire
straight
atwema ayifo
kwabrefo
oga Johnson sere obi a say
enkwase straight
sere say to abama me
oh and maybe there me I have been of the belief say washeda per se omankofo bufu na ebi krampa bibi ensi no mo fa hu no mo nwane but eno so nkire se ye Ghana for ya so yakoma mu se ye ma ye bunfu enya yi no be keka nkwase asem kire mi pani wo mi fi anka wo nyini sei mi donyame mi na nanu mo mu se we na de be nyini am ya be di abusu atem na de dro wo hwa ye de kan no na we what we ase ye den straight way to be straight. You don't have to say sabi. Ogu akokra ni mu asehwe kwam na we na me edidi panifo atem no. Ogu wo ya akokra na TV ase abusa ho senti wa gibi sei. Obi ato abama wo. Da bi obi apacha wo se be nampani. Obi apacha. When you wo wi ase we ma wa pa Akufo-Addo che say ye pacha be ye mampani man. Wo we. But
enkomo a one kwa abrefo kodi ye no. Emma clear signal say look membusa mo se me medi mampani eye mo na meto na mo be.
Is that the case?
No, but that is the story is now
no, but that is how you tell a story of an ingrate.
That is what he is telling us, that
ingrate.
Well, baby to say Kumase, the number of votes, but for Kumase you will never become a president.
Nene kwabre for ukawu. Wait,
in
ukrom we kra ukro we for. Debi ukro hu say ukra wo sefa.
Debi ukrom unya even 17,000 votes
we
mfrio.
Ukrom for krampo.
Enti omo to abama wa bedi president.
Na yesi wo na wi akokwa na ni abo.
Wonu abusafo
na wi akokwa na ni abo.
Awies kasa no. Omo ka kire say oh, ya de we asai. Inti ehiamwa, you don't tell them say muna motia na masom beto ama NDC me famo me nkra mu kokro moti we betumi akwa
NDC enye party.
So the point is say omo kura ni o Kumase from Boni o na voter region Kumase from Boni
imagine
na voter but na yaw I think the VRA guy Ekwebiasun, the guy must go.
No, he must go. Kwabena, me no, I don't want to even question Bibia beyond say yebe pamona free because some of these things now air cost no Kwabena. Now what I think and what I would want to encourage Ghanaians to begin to do, for example, Bank of Ghana governor no, a time is coming, the office won't miss you. No, we have to let him know. Say, Beka can the office. On to me, in the office. Be a 1 week. You need policy for the best face will come. On to me, call the office. So what Jimmy was here to say in Yansa, we are Yakua. Beka can for the crap. The same thing was. Look, like, we have to let the world know, sir. So you kwasiana so better so. Yes, you better kwasiade. Actually, we will show them how hooligans behave. That is how we must behave.
The civil servants, no crano, because of politicians, they don't fire.
Yes, they don't care. Now we any years so a year wow ye
because this VRA guy and the outie Ora Kenzo nomne the kind of explanation they under any jurisdiction they should just go.
I was say you were dinner ya. Na nipa na ono no sabi. Oh, one to your friends say every akukwa na niabo. Na enka we akukwa we akukwa funu krampo ye akukwa funu ene mampani akukwa funu we. Oh, one every akukwa na niabo. Na senka sabi me nuanom kwa abrefo any voter for na we ye voter ni a ye keka ma funu ne keka ma dampan ya no wa hwe wa brabo hwe kwase yakasa we na ohini mu a timi begina wanim srese me pa chaw se o mampani beye adwuma na dwoma ha meye wanwie betoa so na nkola nya suku nko we kwase akeka okeka
the other time I think so many na Krobo, one of the towns Yabua Mekakra. I'm say so many on here no say wa father assassin to me too almost school dying kono. Oh, last time no driving
hey
is this so many na baby or him this year ni wo
kon
kon right.
Yes. Oh, enya ningo honum baby no.
What they call Akosomo Road.
Yes.
Akosomo Road, right?
Yes.
We don't yet away. So
me feel good.
Anyway, me
you know you good pa. Why
yeah. But quick one. Young Konkoshe a Jomama appear Maulid, right? Maulid, that is Nkomsini Muhammad
sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Ami na na fashe
chief imam.
And a man from the bridge say a disrespect to a chief imam Sheikh Shaributu obianim Sheikh Shaributu wabaya a father figure me free say only one of the leaders one of the religious leaders mean maintain and want some Bonnie Biada.
Never.
We are say no ne body language, ne demeanor, everything about him is so peaceful. Yes, when it comes to issues, but say on one in Nipedia, and Amafojiri said, Baumia just decided to disrespect him. Though I don't know, meaning the entire. I haven't checked, but
I'll give the background. Maulid niye afasha chief imam shano bosome ye October ne de toso du bako afibiem na afasha omode ye nkyerɛkyerɛ efa ye okomshani Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam kwanya ofa so ma Islam ebeda adie ma ene abeye adasa nyina adie nti religious program oye na oya o invite panimfo a omo ewo Islam mu nimdie na omo abeye nkyerɛkyerɛ se na beya bema omo a especially omo ye Muslim fo wo Ghana ha no omo behu se ne omo bebo omo Islam abrabo na while o invite nipa omo be nkyerɛkyerɛ no o sa invite edomo a omo soso omo ka bia ewo mu ya ebia sebio omo wodom di omo achi se na be ya omo nso ba betie nkyerɛkyerɛ ni bi na omo nso de aye omo omo de abo omo bra ewo eye ewiase asetenem nipa ya o ta frefre omo bi eye omampani ne amampanimfo dadanom na for example bia asofo ni bi wo kra omokọ na kwa wakọ pen na so what I call him say this year na me te say ora Jehovah can say say wantimi ama enso wa ma no krampo no say yesi awotwe ankodwa boase a ne ngoma de ekọ na kwabra de esi ye nie papa bi wo chief imam office wa ye frɛ no Sheikh Arimi Yao na kwabra in fact oye obi a one bawumia ene ye adwuma oye bawumia kwala osuma suma no
Arimi Yao
yes wono na bibi boni bia ebe koso wo chief imam office obi a no wona ye ring leader ena wafa enkofu bi akwa bi a na ono so wote America na immigration for ni eyini bi na wamo abo no na o ma betena chief imam office o ena boni a ekoso ko twi ba brema nyina omo na edie in fact pardon 2020 ye to aba no be kai say chief imam tifie won ka so woko ba bia enkofu ekopeja ni sika mu ade ne ko gina mosque say o kwa ko congratulate ba omi o kai sa story no
yeah
Emma chief imam bu fu ye say na ba ne kra ye mu boy e dey na aso me ko congratulate obi eno nkamfu a kwabra previous years my leader o maye no o ma hu say ten bia John Mahama eba maulid na se no akwai ti say on say nyankopon wo chewade a no de a chew ne charisma no emma edom epu behwe no in fact enkame ya ye say amafo hunu a o ma ho keka no ekosoro kra chen say empanifo a o mo aka no a o mo eba ho no enti last year for instance John Mahama drew ho no in fact fans are je no ene deda eba ho no afei for a while na o mo ntimi kwa konteni ye friend is saying osebo na no mo bono no ena bawomi abaye in fact it is said yes bio fitiwa obi amfi no ena ene ode na ni wo no ode kotena ne baabi eno ho abufuo ene ferie ena obekaye a bawomi akoka se Malam John no na sa Malam John no emma omubufu ye afrase no se wo a wo ye kremoni munafiki wo nya kremoni papa ena wo sori a wo ni nanenam baabi basa basa na wobi abetinya be kotu Quran Ukra na wo ye kremoni papa no ba ye kra wentimi ankotu Koran. Enti eyade a ayemina sepo ehihye binumu. Na chief imam so owa abusua Kwabena sebi preduasa. Papa ya tena ga na ha se ne wo ka no onya obi sebi ontia una so kra no opawchew. So unim say he is my father too. And as a father and son, you know, and you ma akoso ni doso. Kwabena ba akoso ni say wo ba womia wo ko she chief imam bo last 2 years say maulidi ya mu say chief imam asi suku dan bi wo ni fichire hwa wo be ba be si dan na ma no ama dan na ye krabehwe ena dan na si wo ena Kwabena enya nansen ena nkofo aye so mo jeje ntoboa ede asi a chief imam na nkasa enu a na esa si na ade a Kwabena enka enya ade anka dan no be se 2 years ago 3 years crampo ago a wo be share boss wo be sie no edan no da so si wo makotwitwa ho video kra ma emre bi yakoye ho your friend is enchechire bi na we na rim yaw no na oye bawomi akwala no akwala bi so akwa bi wo bawomi office
yeah
ono so ka ho obeye press conference say omo be akodo John Mahama all his cases na emom oba ne ka ni mesi no si na ometena your friend is saying ni seat so e ma ne nko round
me video ni bi
yes I know the chief imam bufu e sa video na me dey send chief imam na bu afu a o teateam gu omo so say
but the point is Bawumia I don't think about me uncle
ontimi nko because Kwabena ko duru ho a enu ade na yaye wo form no Kwabena ko beje ne home na enko Bawumia eye bema pa ne ko si ho a because like what me na be say
I hear say
and say krampo no wo ko ba bia nkremofo ahia onye careful
but why
because wa ko kantam kese a yenka
mate say because Awa Muhammad ebe explain here say Awa Muhammad MPP
aye
ne write up bi o unfortunately I don't have time but what time meto aso
no we chere beto aso
Awa say enkomseni Muhammad birthday de hu hia na bibia sakra ni
woni Kwabena de be ma Awa ni magu asepa ni say ehu hia akosi presidential days na esi ho no wa hwe video no
yeah
days na chief imam tiase no presidential days anti sada no me hwe sada na mu say John Mahama Nyankopon say hira no
na onim
the presidential days sa blue na ye de your friend say coat of arm aboso no
yeah
na John Mahama kwotena ase
but onim say ono Awa no pa kire say the Islamic world no don't recognize the Maulid
enti chief imam nim nyansa
enti ono Awa Muhammad say ono no nim nyansa chen
chief
imam ye dana say ye ngotie na na Akufado ewo kita ewie ya okoye ya no ensem basa so de ko odododio no no aka so akasa basa no de bi ko ho and young go to the quick one opposite near draw in booster bar Mr.
When I took the oath of office as president, I took the oath of office as president of every single individual in Ghana. Of all peoples in Ghana, all districts. And whether they voted for me or not, once I have taken the oath, I am the president of all the people. So, Togbe, you and your elders, I want the people here, you, beginning with you, and the elders to understand that when something like this happens and government acts, government is acting for Ghanaians, all Ghanaians. I came here because Ghanaians are having difficulties and are suffering. And it is my responsibility to try and help. Because if it's a question of counting who votes for me and who doesn't vote for me, I shouldn't be here because you don't vote for me. But that is not my concern. And in any event, one day you will vote for me and my party.
But the color, Togwe Kreba Mukatawa vote na Tigrini.
Hello, so Tommy, I came here this afternoon to express my sympathies and to when I took the oath of office as president, I took the oath of
Tabia Heba Center, Simen Cancer Ghana for say, or the Tabia Heba Mixture, Tabia Heba capsules, and now the Abba. Na Unumbia, Ebebwa Pa. Give us Heba Center. Power capsules. Now, say advert we don't want for what I do. We are on the Quasia tape, we are on the Bremi. May Yami advert, whom I met to us, and maybe. Give us Heba Center. I'm gonna do a power capsules, any give us cool capsules. Abba. And a give us Heba mixture. No more idea yet. A give us ice water, Abba. And also Onumbia, a bow. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, or say a bright soja capsules and a bright garlic plus capsules. And you'll be any other your day. More some mat a feeding in so.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum bia ye benmemua. Kanim tutu ya na minkuma bo asese de. Betu esa kum.